Right. Sorry about all the typing. Yeah, we are attempting to process check-ins. The way check-ins work is, yes, you are supposed to do check-ins. If you are supposed to be in the bracket and you are not, I can manually add you at this point. With the participants list. Actually, I'm not sure. Lucas, Nickies, and Kaiseris. Okay, let me see if I can do that. You check in on the challenge page. So the reason I do these check-ins, right? So you guys who are talking to me have noticed that you're not in here. But some people just outright forget they signed up, and then I waste a lot of time waiting for them. Lucas, what name did you register under? This guy won. Cool. We're back up to 16. Having a look at others who have not checked in, we are missing Kerpa, Iris, Illuminatus, Herkras, Daruru, Lego Man, and Dr. Evil. I will now proceed to attempt to app them in Discord, assuming their name is the same. Alright, I see Lego Man. I'm reactivating Lego Man. Illuminatus said he play, reactivating him. Is there any seating? It should be, for the most part, already seated. If I see something that looks egregious, I'm going to change it. Huge shout outs to the gentleman for helping me with this. I do not have enough monitors or brain cells to operate all of this right now. So I'm still looking for Dr. Evil, Kerpa, and Iris. I'm gonna give them 5 more minutes. No, I don't want to leave. I'm looking for options. Alright, this is a friendly reminder, guys. Go ahead into your options if you don't already have auto save all replays as an option. Go ahead and click that. What does streamer mode do? I'm curious. Yeah, we are still missing 5 people. We are missing Dr. Evil, Daruru, Heracles, Iris, and Kirpa. Mask the timestamp when watching replay. Hang on to them, and essentially the reason I want replays saved is if 2 people play and for some reason there's a disagreement over who won, like somebody's lying, I want the replay to be accessible. I'm not going to require them to be sent in unless there's an argument over who did or did not win. However, definitely hang on to them just for posterity. Alright, there is about 3 minutes left for check-in, so still looking for hitting that refresh. Dr. Evil, Daruru, Heracles, Iris, and Kirpa. If I'm saying anybody's name wrong, I'm sorry. Yeah, disagreement can happen when there's a disconnect as well. Also, I have a name in the bracket that is Chinese characters or Japanese characters. I do not speak either of those languages, so if somebody could please tell me who that is and how to say that name, I would appreciate it. Alright, we've got another. If I have all the replay viewing buttons memorized, I'd have to mash buttons. It's been... I'm still getting off my my crusty stage. Alright guys, we got 1 more minute left until we are going to start. All right. Okay. Oh, all right. That is really. I really do not know how to say that. Because I don't know the tones. I have friends who can speak Chinese, but it's not me. I can pronounce Russian names just fine, but this is tough. Garlic skin? Alright, so this is just going to be garlic skin. Cool. Alright, guys, it is now 7:45. So, if you have missed check-in at this point, I apologize. Hopefully we can catch you next tournament, but we got to get started because we've got a long day today of tournamenting. So, I'm going to go ahead and refresh the bracket. I'll send you guys the link here in Twitch chat. I do not think I currently have a bracket command set up, or if I do, it's not correct. So please help each other out with passing that around. Gonna move some stuff around here really quick. So coming up first, we're gonna have round 1. We're gonna have Illuminatus versus Kalaru, Satoros versus Kaizeris, This Guy 1 versus Daruru, and Kerpa versus Lego Man. So pretty much the way this is going to work. Do those seeds seem off? Because I will admit I did not heavily seed this bracket, but they were random and then shuffled around as necessary. And very loosely shuffled. Also, it's rather difficult when everybody's name is not the same on Challenge as it is in Discord. You're all number 1 today. So what we're going to go ahead and do, go ahead and start playing your matches, guys. So, like I said, Illuminatus versus Kalaru, Satoros versus Kaizeris, This Guy 1 versus Daruru, and Kerpa versus Lego Man. Just do a standard unranked lobby, and I will join a stream. Or I will join a lobby and stream it. Anyone else who does want to stream, do the same thing. Just find one I'm not doing. So the second I see lobbies start popping up, we will get into some games. I'd like to give a special shout out to Scoreboard Assistant for mostly working. Something with Windows 10 does not like it. No password required, no. Just do a standard lobby. Alternately, if you have problems with people joining your lobbies like we used to, you can set a password. Just let me know what they are. Alright. I see a Kalaru. So I'm going to go ahead, hop in that one, and move myself over to Spectator. As I very slowly join this match. I wasn't sure how often that you run into issues with passworded lobbies versus not. Back when the game first launched, there were some issues, but I figured with the current player base that would be less of a problem. I'm just getting back into it, guys. I'm a really old man. Alright, so we are going to go ahead and get into our first match here, Kalaru versus E Illuminatus. We got Hopper versus Bellified. Looking at the lineups here, we got Squirrel... Well, we're getting right up into it. And already we're out with the red plug. I will address this shortly. It is hard to TO and cast at the same time. So we've got Kalaru spawning on the northeast with Squirrel, Pigeon, Skunk, Badger, Fox, 2 tier 3s, and a MG Nest. Meanwhile, E Illuminatus way over here on the west side with Squirrels, Toads, Falcons, Chameleons, Snakes, and the Drumfire Cannon, which I have not seen a lot of lately. So they are scouting each other out. Both have found the opposite base, not seen any warrens go down just yet. Farms queued up, just kind of base analysis here. I do like Kalaru's potential expand here. It's a decent natural, and it's nice on double high ground. And another one kind of pocketed in the back. However, E Illuminatus does not have terrible options either, and honestly probably has more space to put stuff down, as well as a great spot to hide a tier 3 if he had one. However, he does have that Drumfire Cannon. I'd be interested to see where that goes. This would be a good defensive spot. However, you tend to use those offensively. E Illuminatus is going to be the first one to drop down a warren, as we do have some squirrels on the way. Kalaru not terribly far behind, going to be about 5-6 seconds. And Chameleon's already. Tier 2 warren will get scouted out. Wondering whether that is a bit obvious. We've already got another gristmill down here for Kalaru, perhaps seeing that it's quite difficult to rush thanks to that water. So it's a decently safe investment. Squirrel's on the way. Chameleon about 1/5 of the way done. And just a little bit of forward scouting just to understand exactly how many squirrels E Illuminatus is pushing with. Pigeons on the way. E Illuminatus is going to go ahead and grab that gristmill potentially for tank purposes. And Kalaru did get up that cliff just in time to see that, like, the fact that he couldn't really see a tier 3, which is kind of a giveaway for Chameleons. We'll see how he plays around it. Unfortunately, his lineup is not super great against Chameleons. He doesn't have any of your standard answers. He's lacking Toads. Does have Falcons. Or, actually, no, he doesn't. E Illuminatus does. So he's going to kind of be in trouble here. This Chameleon coming around the backside. Kalaru's moving his army. Like, he knows they're coming. He doesn't know exactly where they are, which is hiding up here on this hill. Kalaru's supply blocked out a skunk, waiting on it to come in. And both players heading up a decent number of farms. Kalaru actually on 13, so he's going to have tons of food, which will be good for that double tier 3 strategy, assuming he gets there. But the cams have revealed themselves, perhaps not getting a lot out of it, though. So the cat is definitely 1,000,000% out of the bag at this point. And E Illuminatus is going to make a little bit of a tech change. Now throwing down Falcons and Snakes to kind of get a bulky tier 3 army. All these warrens are going to get scouted out. But Kalaru not really... Okay, we got some cells off, and now Badger's on the way. MG Nest deterring a little bit of scouting from E Illuminatus. And now both tier 3 units have been dropped. Which, given the 16 farms to E Illuminatus, is, well, now 14. But Kalaru's been kind of ahead in the income for a good little bit. That massive hole there is why those 2 tier 3s are on their way. And that MG Nest, so well placed, is kind of deterring the scouting a little bit. Just enough to be super frustrating. E Illuminatus is probably going to find that 1 tier 3 warren. I don't know, it was kind of hidden behind a tree. Yeah, it has been spotted. And so... Oh no, there's an unfortunate supply block for Kalaru, which is going to delay that Badger. The Warren was built, but there wasn't enough food to start building the Badger itself in time. And Kalaru's army going to be kind of slow. This would be a huge timing window for Illuminatus if he decides to push. Right now, though, just hanging on. Grabbing that other gristmill, 2 naturals. And just expanding that bulky army. We've got a second Badger coming down for Kalaru. Where's this Warren at? Right there in the middle. This will be extremely bulky if and when it comes out. And Kalaru is getting the pigeons to back up the mass tier 3. You never see that. You never see mass tier 3. This is impressive. Oh my, we're going for a third. Dude, you're not going to have the food for this. And Illuminatus is seeing this. And now is apprised of the situation. There's at minimum 3 tier 3 Warrens that he has seen. So now he knows perhaps he's got to push. But 2 of the tier 3s are already up. There's already a Fox and a Badger, which is way more than you see in just your standard game. And so Kalaru might hit this as a timing. Alright, here comes a big engage. Fox on the front line, already taking pot shots. Foxes are fantastic against Falcons. One of the best anti-Falcon units in the entire game. And with the chase out, but there is that drumfire cannon on the way, which may be kind of a deterrence. And we might be in for a long game. And this is a decent-sized supply float, but it's not going to be, because once this Warren goes down, now there are 3 Badgers on the ways. Mass Tier 3 is pretty common now. I'm surprised, honestly. That has almost never been a thing. Not since, like, Mass Owl a very, very long time ago. But I'm glad to see it back, because, honestly, these are some units that we have not been seeing in quite a while. Alright, Badger spinning up a little bit off of that camp. Now this whole army backing up. Kalaru really wants to wait until that third Badger's out before pushing in super hard. This is a very strong tier 2 army. Kalaru taking over a large number of gristmills just to kind of deter. And also get the chameleons out in front. One of them is going to eat a shot. And alright, here comes the timing. That is the third Badger. So there are 3 with a busket of squirrels and a ton of pigeons. And they're just going to march right up this hill. There's so much red and blue on the screen, I can barely tell what's going on. But I do see a lot of blue disappearing. All 3 Badgers are still up. 1 has just dropped. Now 2. Fox is still up in the background and is eliminating pretty much any of the enemy forces. But it's down 2. Both players essentially just lost all their armies. That's a really expensive unit loss for Kalaru, but there's a lot of tier 1 reinforcement coming in. But now this is where the T2 starts to shine. That snake is going to be pretty much deleting squirrels as it fires. And it is doing so much work for Illuminatus here. And Kalaru is in a world of supply block hurt. However, just sold back 360 food worth of Badgers. And Kalaru now well on the road to recovery. The problem now is general lack of grist mills. They're going to be fighting quite hard over the remaining food, which is the storyline to this game. And this mass T2 or mass T1 army not holding up super well against the T2 of Illuminatus. Because there's so many pigeons that just kind of can't heal squirrels that are getting one shot. And this is looking like Illuminatus' game. That's going to be it for game 1. Illuminatus takes it. And we will be rolling right into game 2. Alright, let's see what the tech switches are for game 2. I don't know what this in-game HUD thing is, but it's making me sad. It's apparently an exploit feature. I don't like it. Make it stop. Alright, we have gone to a snowy map, and E. Illuminatus has changed commanders from Bellified now to Archimedes. The yellow version, of course. So we've got a lot of camps this time. We got 2 on the west side. Make that 3 with 1 in the center. And on the east sort of side, southeast, you see all of your gristmills. So Illuminatus got 1 easy pocket and 1 not so easy pocket. And pretty much the same with Kalaru. This one right here in particular is very weird because of the way there's a wall overlooking it. This should be relatively easy to defend from Kalaru's perspective if that's what he ends up taking. Right now, still Game of Scouting. Kalaru's still rocking those chameleons. And with the additional tier 3 of owls now in the game, which do spit out a bunch of free tankiness. And those mice do also kind of shred buildings. Illuminatus has gone for Squizzards, taking a slightly different approach, still keeping the Drumfire. Fox Drumfire used to be a thing back in 2017. Both players going for their first little bit of T1. Illuminatus opting for squirrels, Kalaru opting for lizards. And not a lot of noise being made right now. Actually, that's a lot of lizards on the way for Kalaru. But Illuminatus instead going for the semi-early Tier 2 Snake Warren. Now, Kalaru may be a little bit spooked because when you have chameleons, you tend to expect chameleons. Just because it's like when you're lying, you think other people are lying. So when you have cams, you think other people have cams. However, this is going to be snakes on the way instead. And Kalaru grabbing some snakes of his own. He was hanging around, seeing if he could see that Tier 2 spawn, which there is one up. I don't know that he saw it in time. Over here on this side, we are going to expect our first snake in just a couple seconds. And that's a healthy looking Tier 1 army. However, yellow's army value greatly exceeding that of red. Snake is up, running away, but is visible to Hopper. So now Kalaru kind of knows what he's dealing with. Going for the toads. And again, Kalaru really early with the expands. Very, almost StarCraft-like expansions. With the pace thereof. Illuminatus, rather than expanding, has just opted to take a camp thus far. But he is pushing out. And lizards do move quick. He's going to see that army back off, though. He's not ready to take that with the lizards alone. He does have them kind of forward deployed, pulling them back now. And is instead going to start teching into squirrels, which is a smart call. Lizards are good in relatively small numbers. In larger numbers, you tend to want squirrels. Alright, we do have the second mill going up for Illuminatus, just right next to the first one. But he's already got that camp in the pocket. Scouting out, seeing that Kalaru is still slightly ahead on the farming side of things. And Illuminatus is going to attempt to catch up some farms of his own. Still no big pushes yet. Neither of these players seem to... well, I say that, and here comes the entire army. Alright, we do have chameleons bashing, but that's going to be potentially... No, Hopper does live, which could have been... It's actually Archimedes that goes down, which now this snake's fighting from the high ground, and with a little bit of good micro... Yellow still lives, mostly thanks to those snakes. But losing your commander like that is always really dangerous. Well, last game from Kalaru, we saw a lot of Tier 3. And we got another engage. Toad's on the way in looking for those good explosions. Not super great, but they do the job at forcing Illuminatus back. And this hill just kind of being the dividing line. Again, I don't know that we're going to push for starvation territory here, but this is a very slow-paced game. Both tier 3s on the way out. And both players content to fight without them for the moment. Chameleon sitting there on the front lines. That's a Warren that is going to go down very quickly. And then Snake's out front. That Snake's probably going to tick out. He does. Unfortunate for the Snake. And that's actually both Snakes of Illuminatus that's going to go down. So that's heavy T2 losses. The Owl is actually already out on Kalaru's side. And it's going to be Mousin. Illuminatus not moving quite far enough forward for the Scout. And that Fox is supply blocked out, so it won't be here for this fight. So this is Kalaru's time to push in. However, those Squirrels forming a really good defensive line. Owl over the top, though, and those cams are just smacking. Illuminatus' army just vanishing in a mere second. However, that Owl does pop. So there's only a couple more units on the ground. Illuminatus manages to hold for now. Is going to have to sell off that Fox Warren to recover, though, because the farms are more important. However, Kalaru, at perhaps a moment of financial weakness, let's look at the income, and it has plummeted. So if Illuminatus has the that level of game sense, and he does, and this is where you want to hit your opponent. When they are low income, you want them to be even lower income. Because they're going to start worrying about serious supply blocks. There's still a Chameleon that cannot come out because there's just not enough food. And is that a GG or is that a disconnect? Gonna check chat. So I'm a little concerned. Okay. That was a GG. So we do have 2-0. Illuminatus takes it. So we'll back out of this lobby and I will handle the score. Alright, so going forward, yes, I do agree we should be passwording lobbies. However, I will leave it to the players themselves to communicate and decide the password, and then pass it to me if they want their game to be casted. So, unfortunate for Kalaru, but he will be dropping into the lower bracket rather than being completely eliminated. We've still got Satoros versus Kaizeris, this guy versus Doruru, and Kerpa versus Lego Man. Now, if you are wanting to watch all of the streams, here you go. There's a full layout of all of the options. Because it does seem like their lobbies are password protected. Looking ahead to the next round, Illuminatus will be facing Dizon. We're going to have Mishi versus, I think we decided this was Garlic Skin. The Gentleman will be playing the winner of Satoros versus Kaizeris. It's a Dino will be first Aymar or Elmar 1. The child will be facing this guy one or Daruru, whoever wins. Pigeon Rush will be up against Treebog. Big Pimpintosh will be taking on the winner of Kerpa versus Lego Man. And Swifty versus Haru Haru. Give me one moment, please. I have a phone call coming in. Alright guys, I return. So unfortunately on this stream we are going to be paused for the moment as there aren't an absolute ton of matches to commentate. Everyone else pretty much has the job handled. Have Twitch Prime but can't even use free subscription. I'm unsure whether or not I still even have affiliate status. Alright, we've got Lego Man taking it over Kerpa 2-0. So we are still waiting on Satoros and Kaizeris and this guy and Daruru. Actually, if we want to jump into round 2, which can be done pretty easily, I'm gonna go ahead and select some folks. We got GG's coming out from Arlo. Just making sure I am understanding everything correctly. We got a missing player. Okay, so Kaiserus is playing, so we're almost done with round 1. I apologize for the wait, guys. It's very difficult to TO and run a show at the same time. It's not generally my policy, but it's what we're having to do at the moment. Alright guys, if you are hearing me and you are watching, go ahead and start round 2. Mishi versus Garlic Skin, I am looking to commentate, so please get me your password. Alright. Oh, Mishi's streaming. I still wanted to cast that one. Yes, Tooth and Tail does still have tournaments. There's actually still a very healthy amount. All right, looks like we're going to have Pigeon Rush versus Treebog. I'm also unsure. I'm just reading off of challenge. And already we're already missing some people. Again, I apologize for the holdups. This is a bit larger of a tournament than I was expecting, actually. Alright, so up next we're going to have Pigeon Rush versus Treebog, aka the Ultimate Millionaire, I'm guessing. Alright, game one, Pigeon Rush versus Treebog. We'll zoom it out, get past a couple red plugs, and be on our way. Ultimate Millionaire in the red, spawning in the bottom right side of the map, and Pigeon Rush over here in the blue in the top left. Having a look at the map thus far, Pigeon Rush has a natural protected somewhat by trees, but it's a little far away. Plenty of good building space, though. And as far as Ultimate Millionaire is concerned, the expansions are much closer and a little easier to take and defend, however, less building space. There's also a couple free camps. One pretty close to Ultimate Millionaire, one reasonably close to Pigeon Rush. It's actually about halfway in between. And then this one over here protected by a large amount of water and cliff. Lots of running around, not a lot of action just yet. Both players just content to farm up. And we have 3 lizards on the way from Pigeon Rush already. Ultimate Millionaire is rocking Uncle Butters as his tier 3. And Pigeon Rush has got, what's his name? Sergeant Volkov. So we've got 1 tier 3 per. Both players rocking chameleon. Actually, extremely similar builds, frankly. We've got a tier 1 shooter, plus a pigeon, plus a falcon, plus a chameleon, plus your tier 3 and 1 static defense. And I can't tab out of here. So Ultimate Millionaire dropping back, making a couple squirrels, and taking that furthest back expansion. Pigeon Rush putting most of the Warrens out front. And I do expect Treebog, aka Ultimate Millionaire. Oh, he's already got tier 2s going down. Alright. So the last match of round 1, Storos did take it 2-0 over Kaizeris in what may have been a very long series. Apologies for the distracted lack of camera work. We do have a rush coming in from Pigeon Rush, who did not necessarily rush pigeons. And most of those lizards kind of exploded in a mere moment. So he's pulling them back. There are a lot of them out, but Ultimate Millionaire is starting to catch up with both the squirrels and 1 falcon already up and another on the way. So if Pigeon Rush is going to get any good pressure out of all of these lizards, it needs to happen like right now. And that's a rough fight to take, and that is a lot of lizards down. Ultimate Millionaire still hanging on. Pigeon Rush, perhaps in need of a tech switch. Gonna go ahead and take that forward expansion. And Pigeon Rush losing the commander, Ultimate Millionaire seeing that it is time to push out. And now we've got perhaps one last good fight left, because Ultimate Millionaire is knocking on the door. Pigeon Rush does have some pigeons in addition to even more lizards. They're going to have trouble against the range of those squirrels and falcons. Also a little bit of out farming going, now a lot bit of out farming going on as Ultimate Millionaire is increasing the farm count. However, Pigeon Rush has dropped down some mines, or a mine. It gets spotted out and gets shot. Unfortunate. They do take some time to build. Also, that campfire is probably going to get shot. We do have a decent mass of units over here, but most of them are lizards, and lizards kind of struggle these days. Alright, Chameleon's now on the way, that tier 2 Warren out front. And it's kind of disguised amongst enough falcons that it's not super obvious that those are in fact chameleons in that Warren. Alright, bomb goes off. Not a lot of damage done by it. There's so many lizards and pigeons. It's a good size army. It's just kind of a difficult comp to run against this lineup of falcons and pigeons and squirrels. With a lizard mob this large, you need to be doing hit and runs rather than trying to take straight up one-on-one fights. But here's the problem: when they're knocking on your door with those falcons, what do? You've got to stand and defend, and you don't have the range. You're just going to get exploded. You got to run it all the way around. And so that's a significantly diminished lizard army now. You see, here's a good hit and run if you take a couple hits and back up, but already the chameleon's whacking, and Pigeon Rush just losing all those units. Being forced back into the base. Next to no units. Gonna have to recover in some way. And all those falcons pushing forward, just kind of chewing through the army here. Pigeon Rush has no lizards out on the field. And no real way of defending. Unfortunate as it may be, this is very much looking like GG, as both gristmills are dropping. That is game 1 for Treebog. And that is just the story of a difficult unit matchup. When you only have lizards, you have to very much play a certain type of way. So, Treebog taking game 1. Pigeon Rush pausing for a moment. Switching commanders to Quartermaster. Always a good decision. And taking squirrels. Taking a decently different unit comp. Well, actually, keeping everything the exact same except the lizards becoming squirrels. Ultimate Millionaire not really changing it up too much. Pigeon Rush perhaps still thinking. By the way, quick check with the Twitch chat. How's audio? Is audio fine? Thank you, Classic Metal. How have you been? Alright, Pigeon Rush spawning up on the top. And all the way in the bottom we got Ultimate Millionaire. How do the gristmills look? This one's on some higher ground next to some even higher ground. This is like tier 3 high ground. Great spot for the static defenses that Red does not have. As for Pigeon Rush's side of things, some pretty easy pockets to take, but not very easy to defend. Because there's just really a lot of open territory and a lot of high ground to be sneaky with. Pigeon Rush kind of sitting in the back, making sure to get those farms up. Ultimate Millionaire doing some scouting. Pigeon Rush may be a little bit quicker on the 8th farm, but has yet to find his opponent's base. There we go. That is the base found. Still no units going up for either player just yet. Pigeon Rush with a slight food lead. Very slight. But slight can be hugely significant in the early game. Because now we got 6 squirrels coming out as opposed to 3. Actually, Pigeon Rush has sold that off and instead opted to take a forward gristmill, going for that really quick expansion. perhaps before the enemy can do much about it. Also, that mine is gonna successfully complete. And if we toggle the visibility, it has not been seen at all. And Pigeon Rush going dangerously all in on farms. But not as dangerous because Ultimate Millionaire is farming at approximately the same pace. Players are playing a lot more economically than I recall. And so right now, still all we're seeing is squirrels. Both players going up to 9. Pigeon Rush just poking in, having a look around, and then backing off. Going to be the first to go for the pigeons. However, Ultimate Millionaire's already got falcons on the way. Which squirrels in large enough numbers can beat falcons. You generally want to have about, I'd say 6 or 7 squirrels for every falcon you want to kill, on top of the squirrels to balance out your opponent's squirrels. However, Pigeon Rush does also have falcons, but there's chameleons. The tier 2 Warren going up back in the back where it's kind of hard to scout. And Ultimate Millionaire being forced to kind of hold a defensive stance rather than scout. As one of the bigger and better tooth and tail tactics, because your ability to scout is also hampered by the fact that your mouse is literally your rat, your commander. So you can't get up to your opponent's base if you have to micro your army back home. So you do have to kind of play a little bit on the aggressive foot to deny scouting, which Pigeon Rush is doing a very good job of in this game. However, maybe not the best job of getting into the opponent's base. Already got 3 out of 6 falcons on the way, and chameleons of his own. So we're going to be seeing cams versus cams when the fight pops up. Pigeon Rush now throwing down some falcons. So it's really a question of, do you want more falcons or more chameleons? Because other than that, the armies are going to be the exact same. And Ultimate Millionaire kind of moving that army moving that army in. Pigeon Rush, where are you? Your base is under attack. What's the plan here? Tier 3 Warren's gone down, but at the cost of like 3 farms already. And the cams are here, and they are bashing. And they are going to deal with most of the squirrels on the ground, which is going to allow the squirrels in turn to handle most of the falcons. However, lots of chameleons have bled out. There's still 1 left, but I think it's a little obvious where it is. However, it doesn't even manage to pick off the farm. That farm is going to live very barely. So it's a 3 farm for null. And both players having to kind of sit back on their food. That Warren is almost done being built. But back to the fight. So many falcons. It's really amazing to see these similar but different armies. That mine not getting a lot of damage off. Shoutouts to the pigeons rather are really doing a huge amount of work for Ultimate Millionaire. Basically allowing him to completely shrug off those mine hits. And now this is going to be huge financial damage when that mill goes down. That's 4 farms just instantly deleted off the bat. You went from having a good economy to now being in a very, very tight spot. Pigeon Rush probably has 1 more good chance to defend. And you don't want to do it 1 by 1 like this, because the squirrels are just marching into a meat grinder, essentially. Ultimate Millionaire taking a frontline gristmill and continuing to push in. Sergeant Volkov has been sold off, and Pigeon Rush is just kind of supply blocked out. And this, unfortunately, looks to be all she wrote. Pigeon Rush goes down. Treebog, a.k.a. Ultimate Millionaire, is going to take it 2-0. But not much to fear. All you got to do, drop down into the lower bracket. So Treebog will take this. Advancing to round 3 of the winner side. Pigeon Rush will drop down to round 1 of the loser's bracket. Up next, let's see who and what we have. We've got a lot of messages to attend to as far as a tournament organizer is concerned. Mishi hitting me up, already having won 2-0. Alright, we still have Lego Man versus Big Pimpintosh yet to happen. We expect Lego Man back in approximately 5 to 6 minutes. The Gentleman is currently playing Satoros. Dizon versus Illuminatus. Some of these are probably on other streams. And that's a lot of letters that I don't recognize. Neither does my computer. Up next, we are going to be dropping down into the lower bracket. So on one side, we are going to have It's a Dino. And on the other side, we are going to have Deruru. A.K.A. Arlo. I'm going to grab a quick sip of water before we get started. And Dino already taken several shots from a camp here that's kind of in the middle. It's a very big, wide, and open map. It's a Dino going to be spawning as Quartermaster in the top side. And down on the bottom right, we are going to have Arlo. Looking at gristmill availability, there is a natural pocket, but it's a forward pocket right in front of Arlo. And as far as Dino is concerned, it's a long way to a gristmill. This one seems more easily defensible, as this is a false ladder. You can't really get up there. And there's also that camp. I guess that's the natural expansion, but it's barely natural. And that's a really cheeky mine. Very rude. Very rude mine. So Dino actually going to go ahead and sell off the Warren that's right there and instead opt to just go up to 8 farms. Arlo now going to notice this, just having a look around, seeing what is available and what is and is not being done, I perhaps should say. And so now we got 6 squirrels coming from Arlo, 6 lizards coming from Dino. And lots of cheeky mine. Oof. So I guess a 1 lizard price to clear the mine is not that bad, maybe. And now he's going to try and take this one down, but it gets sold out instead. And so lots of mine shenanigans here. But that's 2 lizards fighting an uphill battle into a lot more squirrels. That is rather dangerous. So Arlo pretty much uncontested going to be able to grab this gristmill. Moving back to Dino's side. Some mine going down. That's some lizards stacking up. And ferrets on the way. Not seen ferrets yet this tournament, so it'll be exciting to see our little artillery buddies back at it again. Back on the side of Arlo, more squirrels going down. Not really any unit diversity coming out, but that's fine because squirrels themselves are pretty strong. More warrens, as it were. Just getting a huge amount of lizards to kind of be frontline meat as the ferrets drop their bombs. Arlo, though, gonna have falcons, which is a pretty good answer to both of those. Ferrets are incapable of hitting them, and lizards are still, like, they gotta get really close. However, there's the first shot from the ferret, which is going to force all those squirrels to get back. And that's also going to start being damage on this gristmill. So it's going to force Arlo to push in. And where are the lizards? Oh, this is bait. This is so bait. There's absolutely a mine there. Mine getting sold off from Arlo. And just the lizards are pushing in. This gristmill is as good as dead. The falcons are going to be late. And the Falcon Warren is in a lot of trouble. This is actually a really successful lizard push from Dino. Lots of damage being done to the gristmill itself. Losing a few lizards. But still, this push is not over. Those lizards are just kind of holding back. This gristmill's dead. So both players now on 8 farms. And that Falcon Warren being gone is a big deal for Dino, because that means he can push in with impunity. Now this time there's 2 ferrets, and man, they are going to wreak havoc on these Warrens, these newly nerfed Tier 1 Warrens that don't have a lot of HP to their name. A large amount of squirrels is still going to beat a large amount of lizards, however, not with those ferrets raining artillery on them. And this is a really tough spot, and Arlo just taps out, which I don't know that there was going to make a difference there. So game 1 going to Dino in very, very quick fashion. Lizard pushes showing that they are still on the table. Lizards are not useless. They are absolutely good. Alright, hopping back into it now. A little bit of red plugging coming out. Dino, having pulled off that lizard push, now swaps to squirrels. Perhaps thinking that it's only going to work once. We got a bit of a desert map this time, or kind of a beachfront. Arlo in the bottom left, with a very easy pocket and a difficult to defend campfire. And over on this side, Dino, again, has a couple good pocket options, but they are entirely undefended. This one's probably the most defensible, but it's also not necessarily the closest. And I am attempting to commentate with massive hiccups. We see 6 squirrels already going down for Dino. Arlo not opting for any yet, instead going for farms. This is actually a very early... There are only 5 farms for Dino, so this is a bit of a tech rush, or essentially it's just a rush. This is a 6 pool. It's a 5 farm. Arlo throwing down the squirrel warns. Now the question is, does this mine kill? If this mine kills, the push is over. But instead, this mine's going to be blocked. Oh, the mine gets exploded. So this is a huge deal for Dino. He's got to take out a couple farms to make this work, but okay, he gets 1, and he kind of reconstitutes his army. He's going to go for 2. Because if he can supply block out the squirrels from Arlo coming in, he's done some economic damage. Let's see. See, this hole that's forming right here is a big deal. The question is Dino going to try to remain on this early game foot? And it looks like he is. However, now he's going to be at the unit disadvantage. He does not know this yet until he pokes up that hill. And so he's really taking the bad side of that engage. He's going to have to fall back. A little bit of lag coming out. Not too significant. Actually, this is getting into significant territory as Arlo is trying to push in with some squirrels here. 6 of them, in fact. And a mole. The mole is actually taking damage from the camp, which could be bad. And they're going to heal up in this little puddle. However, now Dino is perhaps able to hold this high ground. However, that frontlining commander from Arlo actually eating a lot of those bullet shots and enabling Dino to kind of lose more units. And now it's just one mole versus squirrel. So both players losing most of their army. Not exactly... I don't know what to say. Congratulations, you lost your units. It happens. So now this is a very economically slow game, and Arlo is really doing a lot of work considering he's only on 4 farms. Feeling like he has to defend rather than build any more. This is just an economically extremely slow match. Some scouting being done. Dino gonna see that there's really not a lot of farming going on. And so here comes a push from Arlo. Dino has been on a 2-farm advantage for a long enough time now that this could become very significant shortly. Every warren and every unit matters at this food count. Every squirrel that dies, every mole that goes away, all of them are really, really valuable because you have to pay a lot of money. You got to pay a lot of food to get them back. Oh no, there's a mine right there. And that could be a huge difference maker in this fight. Moles are trying to come out front and tank, but they are all dropping very quickly, and now it's just squirrel v squirrel. Arlo's forced to run back, and Dino is giving significant chase. And this could be bad. Dino, with the early game shenanigans, may have pulled it off. It's squirrels versus warrens right now. Units actually dying to protect the warren. And now Dino may need to look at retreating, having lost a lot of units. But still, that's 7 farms to 5. And now 3 farms to 1 as 5 minutes the fallowing has occurred. So now every unit that goes down is even more valuable. Because both players are essentially on the brink of starvation. And now, Arlo attempting to get another farm back up. Dino scouting around, seeing if there's literally anything here. Both players on really minimal stuff, but this is going to be a nearly impossible push to defend for Arlo. Here comes a 12 squirrel timing. Both players on equal farms, but those army values are not equal at all, and that's going to be game. Dino is taking it and moving on. Arlo, unfortunately, now out of the tournament. Well played to Dino. So Dino will be moving on in the lower bracket. Next round, he will be facing Saturos, or Saturos. All right, let me get my TOing on. We're going to take a brief pause as we wait for some other matches to finish. Back it up, see if we can find any. Got to try and keep these matches rolling. I was meant to have a co-commentator. Yeah, we are in lower bracket. I did reach out to Delthius. Unfortunately, Delthius has some prior obligations today. I am seeing some reported scores for round 2. So it looks like we have Mishi moving on to round 3, The Gentleman, Imari, this guy, and Treebog, aka Ultimate Millionaire. Alright, Kerpa will be moving on from round 1 to round 2 of the loser's bracket. And we'll take on whoever loses in Dizon versus Illuminatus, which apparently is still ongoing. Yeah, there have been a lot of 2-0s so far. That is unfortunately kind of common until you really hit like top 8 and then top 4. Kalari blaming new patch for this. Yep, a new patch will do that. Some people figure it out faster than others. Some people don't change strats when they probably should. Alright, looks like Mishi has a lobby open. Think we're headed back to Snake Skunk meta, probably. Yeah, it's possible. There's a difference with the 1.3 meta. Right, this guy has 1-2-0. And we'll be the first to move on to top 8, actually. Right. Sorry about all the typing. I'm just attempting to get things organized. We're going to be starting losers round 2 and winners round 3 relatively shortly. Alright, Illuminatus has taken it 2-1 over Dizon. We'll be moving on to round 3. Alright, so we got Kaiser's versus the Child round 1, and we are a little laggy off the cot, but there we go. I have stopped being able to speak English, which is, you know, standard for these tournaments. The Child going to be spawning in the bottom, and Kaiser is going to be spawning in the top. And it is really hard to organize a 23-man tournament while also attempting to commentate said 23-man tournament. This was poor planning on my part, but it's okay. We're having a good time, and we're going to make it. So, Kaiser's got a little bit of a high ground and a decent pocket. The Child just... This base sucks. This base sucks bad. I can't say anything else about this. The Child is going to have to work some miracles here with this base, because it's not good. This is the closest expansion, and it's not even really a pocket. It's almost closer, or it's almost as close to Kaiser's as it is to the Child. This whole, like, thing down here is barely usable. It's not as terrible as it looks, maybe. It's still a rough... You got a good spot to maybe hide a sniper balloon, which he doesn't have. It's very defensible, but I think you still are going to have trouble breaking out of here. All right, lots of Kaiser fans in the chat giving huge shout-outs. So, hopefully we see a good match. Apologies to anybody who failed to check in or was a little too slow getting into their match and got DQ'd. I'm sorry, I've got to run a tight ship here because this tournament is running on shoestrings and dreams. Kaiserys is mounting a bit of an assault. Got some squirrels, got some toads. However, the child is getting skunks up, so Kaiserys has like a couple seconds to get to that base before this fight's going to become very hard. Who used to play a long time ago? Kaiserys? Maybe, is this the same person as Meow Kaiser? Because if so, then yes. If not, I don't know. Alright, that assault was thoroughly beaten back by the child. The child is pushing in with that skunk. It's going to be tough to assault up this hill, though. And the toad gets a good hit, and we've got a red plug. Get your red plugs in chat. So, for everyone's situational awareness in chat, if you see on challenge that you have an available match, please go ahead and start and play that available match, unless it is a top 8 match, preferably. It's not Meow Kaiser. I don't know Kaiserys. I probably should, but I don't. I'm sorry, guys. However, he is using sniper balloons and, yes, you can start round 3. If you are in a round 3 match, you may start round 3. Alright, 2 skunks off the front for the child, making a solid wall of blue smoke. Doing minor damage right now to Kaiserys, however, kind of keeping him back. This is how you got to play when you have a base like this. Lots of T1, lots of pushing. Keep your opponent back. Putting everybody in a defensive position. The child going to take a mill and get some more farms up soon. Kaiserys pushing out now. He's got some chameleons with him. All right, we've got smoke on the way. And the child having to retreat a little bit. However, this positioning of smoke really good. Those chameleons beating down the skunks. But at what cost? The cost of essentially, you know, every unit in the whole game. People are pretty low. These chameleons are very, very low, but they're healing up based on territory and water. Now, that's going to be a farm going down. Not sure how significant the one farm is at this point, but it could be huge. The child very, very supply blocked. Apologies for a second whilst I tab. And I don't hear any explosions, but we do have a GG. And that's going to be Kaiserys taking round 1 over the child. And I did not change any of this stuff. Holy crap. We're hanging in there, guys. Shoestrings and dreams. And we're already into another desert map for round 2. And this one looks interesting. We got a lot of high ground over here on the west side. Kaiserys kind of up on some high ground. Very easy pocket and a decently easy forward. Over here on the right, the child got lots of land to work with and plenty of grist mills to take. However, not exactly defensible. So we'll see where we end up here. Thus far, no units being made, just farms. We're going to follow the child for a second. Just a second. So matches that are or could be ongoing. Right now we got the Child versus Kaizeris. We're also having Satoros versus It's a Dino and Dizon versus Kerpa in Losers Round 2. In Winners Round 3, Illuminatus is playing Mishi. The Gentleman's going to be playing Amari. Swifty is moved on and is awaiting the winner of Big Pimpintosh versus Lego Man, which should be happening right now. And then the winner of that will go on to face this guy in round 4, which is top 8. And we're experiencing some significant red plug here. Get your red plugs in chat. If you don't have red plug, that means you don't have Franker Faces, FFZ, which is an extension that is absolutely imperative to have for Twitch nowadays, as it adds emotes, custom emotes, to essentially any Twitch chat of a user that uses it. It costs no money, although you can double the amount of emotes you can have if you do pay like a donation of as little as $5. And it enables a bunch of extra cool features. You can really do a lot with the CSS of Twitch. However, time to shut up about FFZ advertisement, because now we have 2 forward gristmills being taken and a potential fight about to happen. The Child throwing down some moles for backup for 8 squirrels. And Kaizeris got mines and toads going for a lot of explosions. The Child having to back up and defend here. Moles on the way, but they are running late. And his fighting uphill is really making it hard for the Child. Moles are here, but they eat like one good toad explosion and have to back off. And this is just going to be a tough defense for the Child. Like, I don't know what the answer to this is when you don't have structures. So the Child backing up, having to sell off some warrens. Kaizeris is really building kind of far forward. Well, not super far forward. It's about halfway. And the Child is just hanging on to this gristmill, trying to rebuild an army. There's skunks out now for Kaizeris. And we got a sizable engage, and that's just... The Child's army's melting, and that's just going to be GG. So Kaizeris taking it a relatively quick 2-0 over the Child. Unexpected. And will be moving on. So GG to Kaizeris, who will be moving on to lower bracket round 3. And will be facing the loser of Illuminatus versus Mishi. Alright, the Gentleman has taken it 2-0 over Amari and will be our next member of top 8. It will be playing the winner of Illuminatus versus Mishi. Which is actively in progress. Let's jump in and see if we can catch up with the two. So we're going to fast forward this as much as we can whilst I update the scoreboard. I've got them at 0-0. I do not know what the score actually is right now. We're just going to try and catch up. Because we want to get up to real time before the game actually ends. and the game can only stream us the data so quickly. So we start out with a fair mix of Squizzards. Illuminatus, one of the better ones at tech switching as far as, you know, lizards and squirrels are concerned. I'm going to leave it on 2 times for now, just see if we can catch all the way up. We've got a sizable army being chunked up for him. Meanwhile, Mishi kind of playing a little slow and defensive here and making sure to get that economy up. Doing good work with static structures. And I'm not sure what happened, but it looks like Mishi won. Alright, moving on to what may be round 2 or round 3. Mishi versus Illuminatus. Mishi over here on the right-hand side and Illuminatus on the left. Right, keeping it running. Apologies for the very many pauses in commentary. Illuminatus going to be on the left-hand side. Got a 1-level high ground base and already got the ferrets coming out very, very early on. However, we have seen this work for him before. Mishi over here on the right has got some static defense up with those MG turrets and is going to be running lizards. Alright guys, we're trying to keep this bracket moving. I apologize for all the delays, all the shenanigans. I was expecting to have a little more staff on hand than I ended up having, so really, really sorry about what we're working with. Nevertheless, tournament is carrying on. We got 1 ferret going down, and it's going to be 2 actually. Mishi pushing really hard with this lizard and squirrel, or lizard and skunk combo, and it's going to be able to take out this gristmill. Alright, Mishi's going to be pushing around with a 12 lizard combo. It's a large amount of lizard. Ooh, this could be sneaky. Because Illuminatus is not here to micro. That's disastrous. 3 farms going down for nothing, and all those squirrels being eaten alive, and this gristmill could fall. And even if it doesn't, it's lost all its farms. And now that's Mishi doesn't really care if he loses all the lizards. That's a massive, massive gain. Lots of gas out here in the middle. Mishi looking very strong right now. Illuminati is definitely on the back foot. Hopefully gonna take Mishi's commander down. Not gonna happen, in fact. And now with the farms followed, it's going to be a real fight over what's left of these gristmills that are in the center. There are some way down here, but they are not very defensible, especially not against a lizard army. And speaking of lizard armies, oh, this might be it. That's just very harsh. Illuminatus is now on 2 farms. And is going to make the push, like this is the GG push right here. But it's a very tough one into a lot of very, very hard to kill stuff. Look at all the gas. That's game. And that is Mishi with the 2-0. So Mishi will be moving on to top 8. And Illuminatus will be dropping down to losers round 3 to face Kaiseris. Alright, so as said, guys, don't play matches that are in top 8. But if you have a match that is not top 8 and does need to be played, please play it. Alright, so Big Pimpintosh has taken it 2-0 over Lego Man, who will be dropping down and playing Kalaru. And we got Kaiserus versus Illuminatus as well. This is going to be Winners Round 3. The final match of Winners Round 3, actually. Has Lego Man versus Tosh happened yet? Yes. Tosh took Lego Man 2-0. And this is the match immediately following that one. Alright. It's a Dino has just defeated Satoros 2-1. Apparently a close bout. And we've got game 1 of Big Pimpintosh versus Schwifty. Schwifty going to be spawning in the top corner with a couple of pretty easily accessible... Look at all these grist mills. And in the bottom with almost no room to build stuff, but plenty of defensibility in this weird camp right here. Got Big Pimpintosh. So we're going to zoom in and chase as I handle some bracket necessities. It's a Dino has moved on to Losers Round 3, where he will be facing the loser of this match. Alright, not a lot of things built yet. Everybody going for 8 farms rather than any early game aggression, which given the rather mountainous terrain we're working with on this map, makes a bit of sense. Big Pimpintosh going to be the first to drop down some units, going first for 2 squirrels. But Schwifty dropped the snake before anything else. That is a very quick snake. Theoretically, one of the quickest you could actually have. And Big Pimpintosh already pushing forward onto this high ground expand. Schwifty selling off the snake, actually, and instead going for mass T1. Well, mass for this point in the game, anyways. And Big Pimpintosh has grabbed a snake. So, they've traded. However, Big Pimpintosh perhaps looking for an economic advantage. Now spicing it up. Getting rid of the snake as well, and instead going for a little bit of toads. He is rocking skunks. He's just not using them. And so we're looking at a couple of significant sized T1 armies. Big Pimpintosh scouting, seeing if there's a T3 or something back there, not finding anything. We'll be respawning, and here's a fight incoming. Squirrels up front. Here come the toads. There's 1 hit. There's 2 hits. So 3 hits. That's a really good hit on that 3rd toad. But unfortunately, there's just too damn many squirrels. And this is going to be a potentially lost gristmill for Pimpintosh here. Having to hold on. But both players kind of getting back, licking their wounds. And, ooh, Schwifty. He's going around the side. Pimpintosh hasn't scouted it. These Warrens are in a lot of trouble. It's going to be too late. Pimpintosh has seen it, And he's going to engage, but he's already lost 2 Warrens. That's a good Toad hit, but it really only hits moles, which are doing their job as meat shields. And Big Pimpatosh really forced into a corner here, and not just by the map. Swifty pushing in hard. This Gristmill will be going down. There's pretty much no way it won't be. That Toad explodes on only 1 mole. Unfortunate. And that is 1 dead Gristmill. However, farm count still even. That Gristmill really only there to tank. Nonetheless, it is 60 food. Swifty falling back now. Gonna kind of recover units. Pimpatosh moving around, looking for scouting. And dies again. Swifty, seeing the dead commander, is going to push, seeing if he can get anything out of the lack of micro. Probably find a Warren. That's 1 Toad hit. So 1 Toad hit was kind of good. But these moles are just doing such a good job at blocking the Toads, and it's just Squirrel v Squirrel, and more Squirrels wins than Squirrel v Squirrel. And this very well could be GG, because I don't know that Big Pimpatosh has a way back. He does not. That is game 1. And Swifty takes the first game. Mole wins in Squirrel v Squirrel. This is a correct assessment. Not enough Toads? It's possible. Toads right now are in a kind of rough spot with the way moles are being used. If you have Toads versus moles, it's very hard to get the Toads to explode on something super valuable. Seeing maybe a bit of a tech switch from Big Pimpatosh. Not super significant. Alright, we have gone from desert type maps to snowy type maps. East side, Big Pimpatosh. West side, or actually southwest side, Swifty. Relatively short rush distance. Matter of fact, rather short rush distance. This would probably benefit a player who had lizards, but neither player does. Matter of fact, both players' rosters are quite similar. Only difference being Swifty has the tier 3 Badger, whereas Big Pimpatosh has opted for falcons instead of moles, and toads instead of, well, the badger, I guess. I can't see, I can't read. Neither player's built any units yet, but they are both aware of this painfully short rush range. I don't expect any of these Gristmills to be taken, except maybe that one. I gotta go easy on the camera. Big Pimpatosh will be taking that first set of squirrels. And Swifty, nothing yet. Probably going for that snake again, and he is. Which, I don't know. Okay, the tier 2 Warren did get spotted by Big Pimpatosh, who will answer with snakes. Oh, that's rude. That's rude. We'll see if it pays off. Ooh, it's definitely scouted. It is 100% scouted. So Big Pimpatosh knows now he's on the clock. He's got a timer. And it's time for large squirrel quantities. Maybe some pigeons as well. But now the tier 3's been sold and we're back to tier 2s. The problem with all this tech switching, however, like, it is good to keep your opponent on their toes, but whenever you switch it up like that, you delay your build time. Where Big Pimpatosh already has units out. So there will be 1 snake and 1 skunk in pretty short order. But Big Pimpatosh already pushing. He is supply blocked on that second snake. And he's going to take the high ground, backing off of it though. Waiting to, I guess, recoup some more units. Maybe build. Deciding not to push. Swifty's commander is going to tick out and die, which means it is now safe to build something. Big Pimpatosh may be deciding to go for a camp. One snake can get a camp by himself pretty easily with just a couple hits. And we'll have time to regen. Swifty, not going to be pushing super hard just yet, or at all, really. Going to hunt around. Is going to go up and see the exposed campfire. Could have actually taken it, which would have been silly. However, didn't count on this. Swifty going up a large amount of food. Big Pimpatosh going to kind of keep up with the campfires, but eventually he is going to need to start dropping farms on this mill. And neither player has pushed in for an attack yet. Both armies are kind of flowing and flexing. Swifty seeing both of the campfires. What's the call? The call is more farms, knowing that he is at a farm advantage. Where is a missing farm, actually? Should be 16. It is 16. Big Pimpatosh scouting is going to catch all these farms and see roughly the army he's working with. One of the good things I like that Swifty's doing here is leaving his army on top of a lot of warrens and on top of a lot of pigs. So it's very cluttered and it's difficult to assess in a tournament pressure situation exactly how many units you're dealing with. And Big Pimpatosh scouting around, just maybe trying to go for a sneaky route. And falcons are on the way, and whew, Swifty's ticking. Swifty got to go home. Ooh, maybe not. Swifty actually going to get the chance to see a lot of this base. Big Pimpatosh once again scouting out that same secondary base. And the meat is cooking. Both players scouting in similar directions. There's another camp out here. In these last two grist mills, Swifty actually takes one. And Pimpatosh deciding that more squirrels might be the answer. Or more falcons. Actually, a lot of falcons. However, Swifty, double tier 3, and it's hidden back there. Does it get spotted? Okay, yeah, he has seen both of them. And is going to just stand there and die. It is thinking about the correct response. Some farms have fallowed out. Now, Big Pimpatosh does not have a tier 3 unit, whereas Swifty is about to have 2. The question is, are you counting on falcons and snakes to do that work? How do you approach 2 badgers, which are now on the field? This is going to be largely a fight of positioning. I feel like either army could take this. He's going to step around, see this, which is really knocking on his door. And he's going to say, you know what, maybe just a couple more squirrels. Swifty's 4 farms ahead of Big Pimpatosh, which could make a gigantic difference momentarily. He's just kind of microing. This fight, when it pops off, is going to be very enormous. And here we go. We got snakes popping up to the front lines, getting out a little bit of cursory damage on the tier 1s. And here's the big fight. Lots of skunk gas going down. We have actually lagged out, and there are a lot of flying falcons that are raining hellfire down on some badgers. 1 dies, 2 die, and it's Big Pimpatosh's army that is out on top, and that is the game. Pimpatosh taking round 2 in impressive fashion. And so we're going to a game 3. Both players taking time building their armies. Trying to keep you posted on all of the goings on here. This is the last round of winner's side round 3. Losers Round 2, Lego Man and Kalaru will be wrapping that up. And then Losers Round 3 is ongoing with Illuminatus versus Kaizeris and Treebog versus Dizon. The defensive Badger is tricky because you can't preempt the rev. That is absolutely one of the problems with Badger and why it's difficult defensively. Badgers are like... They function similarly for any StarCraft players here to a Void Ray, but you can't charge them off one another. So you've got to be very selective with how you choose to charge or how you're capable of charging. On the offense, if somebody's got a gristmill, that's your easy answer. Or if there's just a random camp standing around, that is also your easy answer. So we got farms queued. Having a look at this map here. Easy pocket for Swifty, but it is kind of far forward and not very defensible. As for Pimpatosh, this one, there's some high ground next to it. Actually, there's... You can just run up this if Swifty realizes that. That one's probably the better option, all things considered. Tosh picks owls when he saw Badger last game. Mastermind. Absolutely. I've not seen too many owls in recent memory. We got lizards already on the way out for Pimpatosh. He's gone for the Squizzard build. But Swifty's like, yo, 12. Kasha is certainly bad versus owls. That is not an incorrect assessment. However, Big Pimpatosh is still rocking Falcons, and Kasha is extremely good against Falcons. Unfortunately, that push fizzles out very quickly and does not even manage to get a farm. So Swifty may now see that this is the time to push, and is going to do so. However, this camp right here is kind of in the way, so he's essentially forced to take it just because it was going to shoot at him otherwise. What was that attack from Tosh? I couldn't tell you. It was an attempt. Alright, Tosh now has... Oh, my voice box just exploded. Ouch. That hurt. Squirrels, lizards, equal numbers, interestingly enough. And lizards on the front line with squirrels in the back tends to do better than just pure squirrels. And this is at the very least going to be this camp going down. It explodes. I don't know what happened. That's all I can tell you. Pimpatosh, perhaps unaware of this high ground or not caring, is going to go ahead and take this particular gristmill. Meanwhile, on Swifty's side, it's Kasha time. And as far as Big Pimpatosh's current army, it's honestly not... It's decent pickings for Kasha, but that's a lot of units. Kasha does best in a low unit environment when there are Falcons present. However, both players deciding that it's time to farm up, so they will do so. Pimpatosh a little bit ahead of the curve, however, he is supply blocked. Now, he is going to kind of see this higher ground, so we'll see what he chooses to do with it. Keeping the farms mostly like on this side and out of the way, reasonable call. Stocking up some foods. Looking to build a warren perhaps, and really not scouting, which that's a lot of time that could have been scouted. Gonna move down here, see the vast swath of nothingness, but also see that tier 3 warren, and scuttle back. Does Swifty cancel? Kasha's already a quarter of the way done, nearly a third. And now expecting a push, sells off a farm, throws down 2 MG nests. Very tricky. And here comes that push. Was this a pro gamer move? Or is this high ground going to spell trouble? Oh no, this could be a disaster if the commander ticks out. But here's the push directly into that MG nest. MG nest, hugely great call, doing a ton of work, keeping Swifty alive and in this game. And now Kasha's up. That was stellar defensive decision making from Swifty. That's impressive. All right, and here's the AWP. However, snakes are pretty good against Kasha, so you got to be careful. You got to be really careful. That's one hit from death. Kasha on the back lines, though, doing a fair bit of work. Got to stay out of range of those snakes, but she is chunking down the army. However, not fast enough, as the army is just kind of too big for Swifty. They're pushing in. Kasha kind of hiding behind the Warrens. The army is super low, but it's hard to micro back and aim at the same time, so she's just shooting what she can. And it's not the snakes that are really, I mean, obviously they're hurting, but it's all these lizards and squirrels that are just in Kasha's way. Every shot they take is a shot that a snake did not take, and that's probably game. Kasha trying her damnedest to hold off this push, but there's just too many units, and that's going to be Pimpintosh taking it. Despite the defensive excellence, that's going to be Tosh moving on the winner's side, and Swifty is going to drop down to the losers. So we now have our top side of top 8. It's going to be Mishi versus the Gentleman, and this guy versus Big Pimpintosh. Now we're going to drop down onto loser's side and see what's going on over there and what kind of messages I have waiting for me now. Oh, goodness. Goodness me. Alright, Illuminatus has taken it over Kaiseris with the 2-0. And will be advancing on into the bottom side of top 8. So we're still waiting on Imari versus Kalaru, and now Swifty has to face It's a Dino. This guy looking like he's ready to start top 8. You know what? I'm okay with it. We will do that. So all right, go ahead and get moving. Alright, so as we wait for Pimpintosh, who probably needs a break after that match, actually, but he's ready to roll into it. On the bottom, it's a Dino and Swifty and Imari versus Kalaru are also going to happen. Alright, so we're going to zoom on out here and see all this high and low ground and tons of free grist mills. This guy spawning towards the top side with a couple pocket options. Actually, that one, not much of a pocket at all. More of a purse. And Big Pimpintosh got some decent expansion opportunities, but not a lot of building ground in his base. And I have bad hiccups. Alright, so Amari Kalaru is beginning at the moment. And hopefully Swifty versus Dino is also happening. As we got this guy and Big Pimpintosh kind of scouting it out. This guy already going for some Tier 1 units. I think he did see that Tier 2 go down. And that's a really early Tier 2, so he probably suspects that it's either snakes or chameleons. Unsure what he thinks. Because I can't read brains. It's hard. It's hard to read brains. They're all squiggly. And shoutouts to chat. Mr. Skinner, on one hand, I feel you. On the other hand, we still do have a very functional tournament scene. Obviously, we're not playing for large sums of money, and we don't have hundreds of people participating in tournaments. But the tournament scene now is more active than it has been in quite some time, and I only see that on the rise. So, it's not that bad, and it could easily get better. Speaking of things that aren't that bad, Big Pimpintosh is going to go ahead take out this camp. Doesn't want to snitch that those chameleons are there, so he's not going to push them into Schwack, big guy, or this guy. Right, that campfire has been taken. This guy's gone for some falcons, which, whether he knows it or not, is the excellent tech versus the sheer amount of, or versus the fact that there are chameleons. However, what's going to be a problem, perhaps, is the presence of a decent chunk of squirrelage. I am losing my train of thought as I'm speaking. Here comes a lot of squirrelage right now. And that's one falcon barely hanging on. The fact that he's still alive is winning him that fight. And holy cow, what a huge win for this guy. Eating most of Pimpintosh's army all at once. This round could be over right now. At the very least, it's going to hurt, because it's going to be at minimum 2 warrens dropping, plus even more squirrels taking the hit. Only one chameleon is up. Big Pimpintosh is out of food. And that chameleon is going to go down. And that's just going to be GG. Shoutouts to grist mills. And shoutouts to pigeons healing falcons. This guy with the immense win in game 1. Pimpintosh not gonna drop chameleons. You'll keep them up. Let's have a look at this map. Get a shorter-ish rush distance, but you gotta go through water unless you want to step across that. And there's a nice camp in the way that's going to lengthen the process. There's actually several camps in the way. As far as pockets, I don't think you can get more pockety than this right here. That's the pocketest pocket I've ever seen. But, again, not a huge amount of building space, and the front is decently exposed with the exception of these mills and this campfire. As far as this guy's concerned, he's got to go a little further, or he could just literally expand into Pimpintosh, which I do see happen on the regular. So lots of scouting around, lots of farm queuing, not a lot of units going up yet. Really, anything other than just going for your 8 farms right off is kind of a dangerous game. Yeah, this map is honestly fair. It's just kind of like this whole side of this map is probably not going to get touched that much. I say that, they're going to go over there. Both Squirrel Warrens dropping literally at the precise same time. Our players are synced up. Like, their food is on the same timer. And there's literally no difference in the build thus far. That's the mark of a good player, is like that maximum efficiency. Pimpintosh has gone ahead and went for another Squirrel Warren. Whereas this guy is like, hey, it's skunk time. Which, against 6 squirrels, is kind of overkill and maybe not the best, but as the squirrel count increases, is going to be more useful. There's another T2 Warren down, this time from Big Pimpintosh, and it's going to be Falcons, which are extremely effective against skunks, as gas does not really go up that far. This guy, perhaps knowing or suspecting what it is going to go ahead and tank up on T1 units. Yeah, Chameleons are very much the Dark Templars of this game, but they don't require as significant an investment, so you can use them more spookily. And now, we got cams as well, but we got supply block, which is a bit of a problem. Pimpintosh having to make room, and this guy's scouting it out. Not seeing any of those T2 units yet, so he might be, at this point, mistakenly, well, or not, expecting Chameleons. Cams are good at defending skunk pushes, but that camp goes down instantly. This mill's being taken to tank, and it's fight time already. Where's your boys? Bring them out. There is one Falcon up, no Chameleons yet, and this guy's knocking on the door. Skunk's out in front, a little dangerous, but that's going to be one Warren down for no cost. Actually sells off that mill. It says, you know what, I'll take the one Warren victory, and I'm going to back up and tech switch. Not a hard tech switch, just a soft one. He's going to keep the skunks, but also add Falcons to the mix. Moles as well, for a little bit of frontline tanking. And he's seeing a lot of... He's seeing more than one Tier 2 Warren down and not seeing Falcons. So... I think at this point, knowing that cams were played last round, you got to suspect cams. Lots of good... I think the big difference here is I'm seeing this guy doing constant scouting. He always knows what the situation is. If he's not at home building, he's scouting. Here he goes again. I have not seen Big Pimpintosh cross this line in some time. And intel is huge. The chat analyst saying that this guy is waiting for Tosh to build some econ to push. Okay, Tosh finally getting some scouting out. But at this point, he's not at home. And now this guy might do the same thing. He's got his tank mill. He's having a look. There's a little bit of economy going, and here comes that skunk gas. And all the skunks survive. So they're going to heal up and kind of get back out there. They're ready for another pop. And now the territory has been pushed forward, which is a bit of a big deal as far as healing is concerned. We got explosions, we got chameleons frontlining, we got falcons in the air. Skunks are dead, but their gas is still on the ground doing work. Tons of pigeons up there trying to hold off against the skunk gas. But it is this guy who... Honestly, both of them lost tons of units, and they're having to fall back now. Problem now is this guy is going to have to start looking towards economy, as 5 minutes has happened. Selling off a fair amount of units to recover his farms. Going to an equal count. You can watch the army value plummet almost equally. but the income actually really showing decently well for Pimpintosh. You're still kind of milling around in his base. There's a little bit of defender advantage. This guy scouting out, hopefully getting some more farms. Pimpintosh hovering right at 7. He could be making more. Actually, that's that Woo Lad strat. Because when is this guy going to go over there? That's sneaky breaky, and I like it. I have to respect that Nando's expansion. That's cheeky as heck. That did very much take Huevos. And the thing is, this guy might be vastly underestimating how much farm that Pimpintosh has. He might be like, this dude has no farms. He's got to be expecting, based on the way he's scouting, that there's something up. He's seen it. He's got eyes on it. And Pimpintosh doesn't really have a good way of knowing that, and so the moles are just going to go make quick work of that. But here comes the push already. Is the push too late? The moles aren't going to be here for the fight. That could be a big deal because there are toads in this comp. And Pimpintosh is pushing up that hill. Commander is taking tons of damage, and there's a lot of gas going down, which is just clawing through all those ground units. Poor Pimpintosh. That might be the game, because there's not a lot of coming back from that. These dudes are still up there. The moles didn't make it. Now he's going to go take it out, but the amount of extra time those pigs spent farming probably just saved Big Pimpintosh. Because now here's another push. If he can just get that skunk, that would mean everything. Or if he can get this mill. He's got a lot of flying units, which, as previously stated, are immune to skunk gas. And now Pimpintosh, just based on the fact those moles did not kill early, has a chance, has a decent chance, of taking this game, because this guy's farms are just almost gone. And this guy's starving now. What a turn of events. Big Pimpintosh, yes, he's lost his cheeky expansion, but he still has plenty of free farms he can continue taking. This guy is just trying to force fights just to see if he can stay in. He knows he only really has to take out like 1 or 2 mills. But he's so far behind at this point. He's got like 30 seconds left. He's got to push. That's all he can do is push. And he does take out... no, he doesn't. That Falcon is still breathing. It is on 2 HP. He's trying to get it down. It finally dies. And Pimpintosh having to recover. There is a Falcon on the way. That's still going to be GG. And that is this guy moving on. Actually, no, that's Pimpintosh. What am I saying? Pimpintosh took that. We got a game 3. What a game. That's impressive. Get a little bit of water in my system. Commentary really wrecks the throat. Alright, this guy versus Big Pimpintosh. This is game 3. We are currently tied at 1-1. This is the decider. We are still best of 3. We will be best of 5 once we hit the top 4, which is the semifinals. And then the grand finals will be a best of 7 with whoever is coming from winner's side getting a free game. Because doing a bracket reset in Tooth and Tail is going to take a long time. Alright, so having a look at this map here. There's a high ground expand for Pimpintosh. It's close enough that it's pretty free. And it's defensible. Basically, this guy's going to have to decide which base to attack. Because if he wants to attack this, he can't go left. Or else he's going to have to go through this one. If he wants to attack the main, he's not going to hit the natural. So, going back to this guy's side of the map, he's got pocket down in front and a super pocket off to the side, which doesn't really have any build room, but it is double high ground. So, defensible, as it were. Both players going for squirrels. Why have so many animals got to start with ska? Nonetheless, the skas are on the way, as well as the fuzz. I could go for some pho. Do you guys like pho? Because I like pho. Yeah, so lower bracket semifinal should also be a best of 5. All of top 4. Alright, so in come the squirrels. Fairly early push from this guy. And he's got far more squirrels, but there is that defender's advantage. Being able to hide behind warrens. The fact that pigs have guns and pigs can shoot. And he's not going to clean up any farms. So he's... Let's have a look at the army value. It's still this guy out ahead, but income being precisely the same. Hiding behind warrens is a risky proposition. Especially since that HP nerf. But nonetheless, it does keep your units alive. So it's really down. I mean, it's a good change. Because now it's a would you rather. Do you want to keep your units alive at the expense of your warrens, or your warrens alive at the expense of your units? Whereas before, it was you can keep them both alive because warrens had too much HP. Yep, this guy prepping up for that push. Pimpintosh is going to step forward, see it. Pimpintosh's expansion's on the way up. But is he going to be ready for the push? Look at all these units finishing out simultaneously. I mean, Pimpintosh, really, his defensive units are not looking bad at all. Especially with those pigeons, which are going to mitigate some of the skunk gas. I mean, honestly, these armies are looking similar. So again, we're going to come down to Tosh's defending, potentially. I don't know if this guy makes this push at this point. He's going all the way up to 4 skunks. Okay, it's Tosh pushing. It's Tosh pushing relatively fast. Right, Falcons are on the way. And that's a very dead commander. This guy getting some free scouting time in. Seeing what's out there. Not a lot to write home about. A couple tier 2 warrens on the way for some tier 2 units. But this guy's almost got his 4th skunk. And he's buying that tank expand. But now his warrens are in danger. And now we've got the engaged, tons of gas going down in either direction, and nobody's hiding behind any warrens. This is just a straight up street fight, and both armies are taking huge amounts of damage. However, Pimpintosh able to pull back, take out a warren or 2, so maybe he came out on the winning side of that. This guy, though, he's not taking that lying down. He is ready to continue fighting, and he's got 4 skunks now, so we've got all the gas. I don't expect these ground units to survive at all. And Big Pimpintosh really only has the 1 Falcon who's hanging in there. Look at all this blue juice. This absolute vape nation coming out from this guy. He is Subaruing the shit out of Pimpintosh, who is barely able to hang on. And he's forced this guy back for now, but at the cost of literally everything. The farms have fallowed, so now we're down to a low econ game. This guy still has 1 skunk up. He's going for the 2nd. He's pushing. He wants this GG. And the only farms left are frontline farms, which is really dangerous for Pimpintosh. And that gas is going to take out some of the pigs. Pimpatosh is hanging back. He's trying to take good engages and continue fighting. And now this guy, weirdly enough, despite being ahead of farm, maybe a bit of an economic disadvantage? Hard to say. Pimpatosh needs some new farms. Both players scouting around, seeing what the enemy has. Let's have a look. Income, both plummeted. Army value, Tosh is ahead. And that's a dead commander. Is he going to do anything with it? Lots of things being sold off. This guy ready to recover some economy here. As Pimpatosh is basically clinging on as well. Has no farms left on his natural. He could put that one back, but it's not going to last very long. Or no farms left on his main. So really, Tosh has not lost a ton of farms. One of them fallowed, so he's really only lost that one. Rebuilding it would be a waste of food. This guy, Scout, he's letting Pimpatosh, like, I'm not going to say get ahead. Because, I mean, the skunks are still, or the squirrels are still building for both, which is supply blocking out pretty much everything. And that one extra farm is going to mean a huge amount of difference very soon. Because it's exponential almost, how much of a difference 3 farms is over 2. Pimpatosh scouting around. He finds the army. He sees the army. He tries not to lose his commander. Yeah, a single toad could go huge here. Okay, Tosh has to be expecting a push now, and here it comes. So is he going to sell these out? Because here's the push. It's on his door. And this is really the final fight. There's gas on both sides, so a lot of ground units being lost. And maybe it's not the final fight. Maybe it is. This guy dipping down in the water, giving everybody a bath. But now, Pimpatosh is ahead on economy and may be able to recover in time. But maybe not. Look, oh, he's not. His commander's out of position. This is really, really bad for Tosh. Because that, oh my god, that gristmill, it's on half HP. It's so much stuff dying, but this guy might still have to pull back. The gristmill is burning. Those skunks are still alive, and they're going to start taking out farms. And Pimpatosh really does not have the squirrels to deal with this. He's starving now. That's game. There's not a recovery from that. He doesn't have the food. Like, it would take a miracle. Especially since this guy making good use of the terrain features, using water to heal up. And yeah, Pimpatosh is being over here instead of over here at the wrong time cost that fight. And we're on the starve timer. And that is going to be game with this guy moving on. GG's to both. That was a hell of a set. And so, this guy will move on. Alright, Dino took it 2-0 over Swifty, so now losers round 4 is a thing as well. Up next, I would like to have Mishi versus the Gentleman. So, got some great names here in chat. Match entry failed. Alright, so we're just going to wait on Mishi. Also, if we can get somebody who's also streaming, if anybody who's also streaming is listening to this, to have a look at Dino versus Dizon, that match will be starting shortly as well. So let's go ahead and get this underway. On the left, we've got the Gentleman, and on the right, you got Mishi. And we need to clear out those score boxes. Yeah, Loser's Bracket can be played on. Please continue playing Loser's Bracket matches. If you have folks who want to stream it, just put out the password so people can find you. As for the last match of top 8, at least on this side, Gentleman versus Mishi. Up on the top side, we have the Gentleman with a back pocket expand. Over here on the right, we got Mishi with much of the same, except it's still assaultable on many sides. And I still have hiccups. Lots of water on this map, probably due to all the rain. And several middle ground gristmills. I would say if we divide the map in half on that diagonal, then Gentleman has like one more gristmill. So it's a mostly fair map. So both players right now content to scout it out. Not a lot of damage being dealt just yet. Matter of fact, none at all. And both players actually saving up a good amount of food, so we could be seeing 2 Tier 1 Warrens first. Actually, the Gentleman's just like, nah, I go gristmill first. And frankly, Mishi pretty much did too. So this is making its way to a very, very economic game. And this chair is very noisy and loud. The Gentleman also going with those early snakes, as well as some squirrels. Mishi saying, nah, I'll have squirrels please, hold the snake. And from there, the armies will build up. Mishi floating a decent bit of food. And is instead going to get some farms going. Coming out 2 farms over the Gentleman at the moment. The Gentleman has that gristmill up, but doesn't really have any farms on it yet. Maybe just wanted to prevent it from being used as a tank expand. Mishi pushing in with those squirrels. And has the commander tanking a lot. Good commander tanking. But now here comes a snake. And not a lot of squirrels at home to defend. Because a snake can just, yep, one shot. Boom. Dead squirrel. And now he's going to look to get a couple hits on this gristmill, which could be really, really big. There's 3 on it. That shouldn't kill it, but it's going to hurt. And if he can continue getting more, that's going to be big. It's still very early game blow trading. And that is going to be a pullback from the Gentleman. He's going to try to heal up really quick. And get some pigeons out as well to maybe help sustain those snakes a little more. But now, 4 shots. Oh no. Commander's dead. Gentleman is seeking blood. This is going to be this gristmill going down. There's no way it's not. There's already like 6 or 7 poison stacks. Yeah, that is a dead mill, or very much should be. Is burning. Somehow still alive. Gentleman being forced back. Lost 1 snake. Still has the other. And he wants that shot. This mill is going to heal up really slowly. It is on fire. But Mishi really pushing that economic advantage. He's able to defend super well. Gentleman trying to push in. He can focus fire that mill, but he's got to be careful with it because he doesn't want to lose outright by just throwing away all his units to take it. Here's a fight coming. Snake's a little far forward. They need to fall back. That's one snake dead. Two snake dead. That's GG because he's lost both of his snakes. He just knew instantly. That was his, like, win condition, lose condition. And so the gentleman gonna go ahead and tap it after that snake loss. So Mishi going up 1-0. Alright, very deserty map this time. Mishi spawning in the top corner with a double high ground expand forward. And on the super low ground, on the other side, we have the gentleman with plenty of building space, but not necessarily a lot of defensibility. These rocks and stuff are going to get in the way, but they can still be run through. Got some shenanigan-y ways around, though. There's a couple of push paths for the gentleman. Or for Mishi if he chooses to go on through there. Judging from here, expect another economic game most likely, because this is a kind of silly map. Gentleman digging his way back, gonna throw down another queued farm. And perhaps look to build his first unit here shortly. Players gaining 10 HP on their commanders. Gonna push forward, see that nothing has been built yet. Both players on the exact same amount of food. Probably seeking either the double tier 1. Actually. Ooh! That. Oh. That's a move right there. Because that mole should already be in aggro distance. And if it's not, it's going to come out first before any of these squirrels. It is entirely possible that that mole is going to kill this structure. Oh, the aggro, though. Mishi using, like, aggro modification almost. The gentleman says no. Wow. Because Mishi's commander was there, the mole, instead of aggroing to the gristmill, aggroed to Mishi's commander. That is a brainiac play. That's some galaxy brain stuff. That brain has wrinkles. And just to deter any further aggression, like here, I'm going to lay down a MG nest. So what do we have back on the other side of things? We've got the gentleman. And we've got a gristmill being built. But Mishi is ahead economically. Let's look at the army value, though. Mishi's ahead in army value. Gentleman is just behind. He's selling out things. He's like, I'm going to be ahead in something. And it's going to be economy. Now farms are literally equal. He's going to push up, scout out. Didn't really see a whole lot. What is the aggro range of moles? I don't know, because their eyesight's not that good. So it'd have to be the loudest thing that's close. I couldn't tell you, man. I'm pretty sure that it was well within aggro distance of that gristmill. I could be wrong. So both players now on 15 food. Mishi not gonna let that economic advantage go, because he knows he has both advantages. He wants to keep both advantages. Gentleman gonna push up, try and scout again, and not able to get all the way up that hill. That double high ground is paying dividends. Skunk coming out. I'm wondering, okay, gentleman has dropped down his last farm, so now it's 16 farms to 16 farms. And we are about a minute and a half, just under, from the fallowing. Mishi looking for any hidden tier 3s. There are none. Neither player has opted for a tier 3, with the exception of that drumfire cannon's kind of, it's a tier 3 structure, essentially. Gentleman gonna dig on back. And now if he wants to take that economic lead, this is where he does it. But Mishi's not letting that stranglehold go. He's pushing that territory forward. And if you pay attention to your territory lines, you'll see this happen if you're close enough. All right, Gentleman is now fully aware, and the MG Nest push is well underway as well. It's not unlike a cannon push. Gentleman trying to have a worthwhile army. He's going to push up. He's being baited into trying to take down these MG Nests. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. He's got to fall back, and this is going to hurt. He's got that gas down, which isn't really going to damage structures. But now he just can't go up that hill. And that's going to be a nice comfy place for Mishi to assault all of Gentleman's bases. Artillery coming down from the ferrets is keeping the Gentleman on the run. And any bit of miss micro he does is going to hurt. And that MG Nest and ferret plays, just so skillful, so smart. And here comes Toads. All the Toads are going to get squashed before they get the chance to explode. And now Mishi kind of needs to fall back a little bit. Because the Gentleman just generally has more shooting units. And actually, Mishi's army is looking in a world of hurt. It could very well be time for Gentleman to make a push. And he is going to maybe take out the Gristmill, maybe take out... The Gristmill is not a high-value target because there's no farms on it. However, if you can get it, that's nice. Just because it'll decomplicate the aggro. Taking down these MG Nests. There's no ferrets for Mishi, so Gentleman's really can move wherever he wants. And he can continue strengthening his army. Gentleman definitely got his best foot forward here. As long as he doesn't take too many ferret shots, he can take down this army. He's got to be careful, though. There are more Toads, and he doesn't want to get those Toad Pops. That is going to be really the decider, and there's a dead tower there. Yeah, the deciding factor in this next fight is, are those Toads going to get good hits? If they get good hits, Gentleman's dead. If they don't get good hits, Mishi might be dead. But there's a Drumfire building in the back. There's so much going on that I don't know that Gentleman sees it. He's falling back. He's still, despite, taking those Toad hits, he's still got a decent army. But pretty soon that Drumfire is going to be up. He's on the clock, and I don't know if he knows. I know his, character has laid eyes on it. But whether or not that's the forefront in his mind right now with how big that fight just was is the question. He's pushing around. He sees it, but it's so well defended. Mishi using that to force him to push in. And the contain is now, I'd say, thoroughly set up. That Drumfire is going to spawn. There's no way Gentleman can prevent it. He's got to backtrack and think about what he's doing. Although he might just want to take this fight as it's finishing. That Skunk Gas doing wonders. All of this army for Mishi is so low, but here's the Drumfire cannon. And now Mishi trying to push forward. Just really bait things back into the range of that Drumfire. Look at all these pigeons. There's 12 pigeons for the Gentleman. And he's rebuilding his army. He's selling some stuff off. He's going to go for more Falcons. As that is a decent method against Drumfire. Falcons obviously need support because they're a little fragile. But they're going to be able to not be as concerned about those artillery hits. And that's going to be some farms going down. Another thing to note is Mishi is definitely being out-farmed right now because of how forward he's having to play. He is looking to rectify that. And this Drumfire will help in securing this particular camp. And now, Gentleman trying to play forward with the snakes, but there's just too much going on. As long as they don't get hit, they should be fine. But there's so... Look at all these artillery landing. And now Gentleman's in kind of a bad spot. He's got to farm up. Neither player really has much food. But they have enormous armies that they're not going to be able to replenish. So fighting is scary. If you fight, you lose your army, you're not getting that back. You're not getting anywhere close to that back. And so Gentleman is posturing. He's moving around. He's not going to be able to defend right there. He's trying to see if he can catch these ferrets out. That might have been a mismaneuver from Gentleman because now he's taking some damage. And now Mishi's just keeping the Gentleman moving. keeping him moving and taking out what he can. Those warrens are going to go down. That's going to be another set of squirrels that's not going to replenish. And that's also going to be... Where's the supply float coming from? It's a big supply float. Just even more pigeons. Alright, that is a toad that's going to tick out. Gotta be careful with those snakes. You don't want them dying. He's trying to poison that gristmill. Because that acid attack just kind of melts it. Okay, this is a good little... They're dancing so close. They're like, I'm gonna not fight. I'm just gonna get close enough to do damage. It's these tiny little skirmishes. This intense micro in a game where it's kind of hard to micro. And with those 4 poison stacks, that's about a half HP gristmill. If that happens a couple more times, that gristmill could fall. Both players super, super low. And this looks like, okay, this is the engage, or is it? Mishi just steps in, does a little bit of damage, steps right back. Nobody wants to commit. These armies are too big for the food value. And, okay, this is the fight right here. Everybody's too clustered. Those toads are getting some hits. I can't see what they are because all the dots are in the way. And the gentleman is having to fall back, but there's a lot of gas. What is lost? So, gentleman has no snakes. Those aren't coming back. He's down to 4 falcons. And he's still got tons of pigeons. He could maybe afford to sell off some pigeon warrens. No, he's actually selling off falcon warrens. Just to get his snakes back. So that was a bit of a... I mean, that was costly for both players. Neither player is replenishing very well. And honestly, I want to say with the current lineup, the low income is going to benefit gentlemen. The only farms either player can build at this point are further forward than any other farms they have. Such creative drumfire play, and this match is just carrying on. Gentleman trying to push through all those artillery hits, but he just can't make it through. Those toads are not getting good hits off. There's still a couple of them left. But that's what Mishi's doing. He's just waiting till all the toads either hit or die, and then he's pulling back. And now here's a push to take out this mill. Or at least damage it. I can only imagine how frustrating this game is for either player. Yeah, those ferrets have made it in and done a lot of damage at this point. This is tough to watch. This game just looks like it's sweaty and annoying to play right now. Because the battle lines are very much drawn. Nobody wants to, you know, be the person to initiate and lose all their guys. But at some point, the food is going to become a problem. And now Mishi's well ahead in food. Those ferrets are just the MVP of this match. Because they are forcing Gentleman to move where he would not otherwise have to. Look at that. That snake just moved. It made the mistake of moving. Okay, there's some damage once again being done to that gristmill, but not enough to kill it. Maybe again. They hit on a pig instead. Just... what do you do? What can you do? Now Mishi's low on farms. With that pig being dead. Alright, one of the snakes paid for that. And really not a lot of stuff died for it. But now Mishi's, you know, forward expanding here. And he's trying to take out those warrens. So he's flanked at this point. Gentleman's got to do something. And his army's not fast enough that it can make it under all that fire from the drum fire and still be okay. Nor is it large enough where he can just survive tanking that. He's trying to come around from the south, but the thing is, if he does that, Mishi's going to go over here and hit his last remaining farms, which is what's happening. So, what do? Gentleman is starving now. At some point, you just got to go. Mishi's starving too! What do you do? Oh, this is the play right here. This could very well be the play. Mishi is standing by to build some farms. And oh my god, what is this? Because now Gentleman doesn't want to move and he's starving again. He's got a farm queued, but it's not going to start building. What do? You got like 3 moles. And you're starving. He's got to sell something, but then more moles are going to start building. Alright, he's got that one farm going. Everything is semi-okay for now. And now it's not okay again. The clock has been reset. But here, oh... Alright. Does that do anything? It's forcing him to retreat, I guess. That's definitely a loss for Mishi. The Gentleman's still on the clock, though. And he's losing everything. Skunks are still getting down good gas, but that's pretty much the army gone. There are still moles. What are they doing? One has meandered his way back. Where's the other? That's it. Wow. What a game. Mishi taking it 2-0, but it's not a decisive 2-0. That's very much a sweaty and hard-fought 2-0. So Mishi will be moving on to winners finals. And the Gentleman will be dropping down to face Dizon. And I have received some ats. Alright, so it appears all scores are currently correct. Alright, so this should be winners finals. So next we are in, well, I guess this is top 6. So we are going to go ahead and get Big Pimpintosh versus Amari. And from this point out, we are going to try to stream every game. So if you are not on stream, just hang in there. Is it best of 5 yet? No, this is still best of 3. This round, losers round 5, will be the last round of best of 3s. Because then you'll have losers round 6, which will be losers semis, is going to be best of 5. Can you get a best of 9? Well, you got a best of 7 in grand finals. Alright, so we are going to have, let's see. Right now it's going to be Big Pimpintosh versus Amari. Yes, you guys wait until Pimpintosh and Amari's game is done, and then it will be the next game. Yeah, winner of winners finals gets one set up. And this is going to be losers top 8. No, okay. I misspoke. So it's not a bracket reset like you see in fighting games. It's going to just be... So it's a best of 7, and the winner of winners finals is just going to have a free game, a free point. So you're going to start 1-0 versus 0-0. That is in order to avoid playing 2 best of 5s back-to-back. Yep. So... we have made it to losers top 8, and I need to fix that score really quick, but I'll let you guys watch these dudes roam around while I do that. Guys, if you don't stream, this is hard. This is very hard to do. So we got Big Pimpatosh and Amari. They're not going all the way up. They are definitely about that early squirrel. However, despite the shenanigans, I'd say this is a rough production value increase over the last tournament I casted. Not the last tournament I ran, the last tournament I casted. This is definitely a step down from Strawberry Series 2. Shoutouts to Smash.gg. We've got a early push from Big Pimpatosh, who, if he takes out this Warren, is going to be in a great spot. However, he has lost a Squirrel, but it was Squirrel versus Squirrel. Oh, this could be a thing. That's a very hurting commander. Oh, that's a Warren down. That's huge. That is actually huge, especially if Pimpatosh can make it out of here without losing any more Squirrels. So that's a lost Warren. That's 60 food and building capacity that has been eliminated. And he's looking to pick off another one if he can get it. He's doing such a good job of keeping those squirrels alive. I say that he loses 2. 3. Now Amari on the push. Looking to do much the same. This short rush distance, I didn't even get a chance to analyze the map, but the rush distance is so short that this is just how it's going to go. 9 squirrels versus 8 squirrels, but there's a skunk on the way for Pimpatosh. Please somebody build a sniper balloon. I just really want to see one. I miss them. They're the cool unit. Alright, they're poking. They're pushing in. They've not managed to take down that Warren just yet. Does this Toad get off a good hit? Oh, that's a great hit from the Toad. That's a huge hit. Is that a game-winning hit, even? It might be. Because you're watching, these Warrens are just crumbling, and every time a Warren crumbles, that's food that Pimpatosh can't replace. However, the skunk is doing a good job of keeping those squirrels at bay. Amari might have to look into a tech switch. That was a great Toad hit, though. Alright, he's trying to push through the smoke. He's made it mostly through the gas. He's made it to the other side of the skunks, but that doesn't change the fact that his guys are already super low, and Pimpatosh's are being healed by a pigeon. So now it's Pimpatosh on the advantage, and these Warrens are getting sold off. Now Amari's got a ton of food float, but he's got an army knocking on his door. And I wonder if selling that was the good move. Apparently not, because that is GG, and Pimpatosh goes up 1-0. I don't know that there was anything that could have been done anyways. Alright, so Pimpintosh is ready to go next, and as is Imari. Yes, as a reminder, this is still best of 3. This is the last round of best of 3s. Everything from here on out is at minimum best of 5. Big Pimpintosh on the north side with a good high ground forward pocket. On the low ground in a bunch of trees, Imari has a good back pocket with a kind of a rush out, but there's a lot of water there. So, again, neither team or neither army has any structures in it this time. There was a sniper balloon on the side of Imari last time, but it never ended up coming out. I have not really seen, other than Mishi, I've not really seen a really successful usage of structures. Also, shoutouts to Featherwire. When's the last time we saw any of it? Featherwire did get buffed. So, 8 food to 8 food. Squirrel's now on the way for Pimpintosh. Nothing yet for Imari. Except a gristmill. That's a thing that's on the way. 3 squirrels as well, so maybe Pimpintosh feeling like it's time for a push and tosh. Or an expansion of his own. Just over 3 hours into our foray here. And we do have squirrels coming out for Pimpintosh. As well as skunks. Skunks hiding in the back. Imari, though, has said food. Food is the answer. Food is the key. And so food we shall have. Tons of it. 10 of it, in fact. Squirrels. Squirrels are the answer. We're going to have 9. Pimpintosh doing a scout in Tosh. Gonna see these farms in Tosh, and probably gonna die in Tosh, actually. And Imari, the sneaky breaky chameleons. Pimpintosh trying to fend off the aggressive scouting. And now he's gonna go and try and take this camp. However, all the time he's spending doing this, that's a third of the way done on the first chameleon for Imari. And the more focused he becomes on Imari scouting, the less he knows. And there's already the first of the 2 chameleons up. And now falcons are on their way as well. Alright, the chameleon has showed his face. And speaking of faces, he smacked the one off of that skunk. However, he's kind of low. Probably good to get back and heal. Both players on 12 foods. Imari now pushing up to 13. And keeping the 2 chameleons. Which are going to be out here frontlining. And there's so much stuff over here that it's very hard for Big Pimpintosh to continue scouting without dying. And we do now have moles on the way to increase that frontline advantage that Imari is going to have. Because now Big Pimpintosh really doesn't, like, he's got toads on the way, but toads are only really going to succeed in blowing up that front line. Which, against chameleons, that's a good thing. But against moles, like, you've only taken out the moles. And all the squirrels behind that mole are still alive. And that's actually push that Big Pimpintosh is not really... If it happens now, he's not in position to defend. He is getting a very good scout off, though. Now there's a lot of posturing and not a lot of pushing. But there are still those two chameleons that Imari can sneak with. Maybe even take this campfire. There is a forward mill, but it's not super forward, it's just mostly forward. Alright, lots of gas. Here's a big fight coming off. A couple good toad hits. That front line has been eliminated for Imari, but the back line's still there. And the flight line is still there. But that's all that's still there. And is that enough? Doesn't look like it, because pigeons can't shoot. So Imari is going to have to fall back and perhaps reconsider rebuild. Fortunately, there's enough food floating around that you can rebuild that army with some decent quickness. Big Pimpintosh, though, has just said, hey, you going to go falcons and, like, chameleons and stuff? Let me just have, like, 1,000,000 squirrels and my own chameleons and some skunks. Decently balanced breakfasts on either side. Nobody who's just going all Pop-Tarts. Although I would say there's nothing wrong with all Pop-Tarts. There's a lot wrong with all Pop-Tarts, guys. Like, eat some food. Like, Pop-Tarts are tasty, but I don't know that they're food. Imari going for some toads as well. Actually, 9 of them. That's a lot of toadage. And so we're going to see toads exploding on other toads, which we rarely get to see, because usually there's only the one player running toads. But we're going to have more. There's already some skunk gas down. That's really what's holding Imari back in these fights. Lots of explosions. Both players' chameleons going down pretty quick. And now it's just going to be the back line versus the back line. And Pimpintosh has more falcons. But it's just... Look, the two armies deleted each other, and now it's who can reinforce better. Unfortunately for Imari, it looks like the answer to that question is Big Pimpintosh. Because the toads are still up, doesn't really want to waste them on popping against a pig. Big Pimpintosh, very supply block, but has more farms than Imari does. Especially now that gristmill's gone down. Pimpintosh dropping back, selling off the chameleons. And what is the next investment? Even more food, staying ahead of that curve. And that's a big curve to stay ahead of. Imari floating up some food, actually. I don't know what the game plan with that is. Because that's a really chunky food float. It's an extremely chunky food float, in fact. Maybe it's just a resupply float? It's like 300 food just sitting there. Like, what's our army value looking like? It's decently ahead for Pimpintosh. Oh, those explosions, though. It's really ahead now. That's... yeah, that's game. And that's Pimpintosh with the 2-0 over Imari. Shoutouts to Toads. They get the job done. So Pimpintosh has made it to the top 4. Alright, up next on our stream, we'll be having The Gentleman versus Dizon. Alright, this will be our last best of 3 of the day. Every match after this is going to be best of 5. Can we just call him John? Maybe? I don't know. Alright, we got the gentleman over here on the left. And Dijon, I don't know. Over here on the right. High ground base with some low ground expansions. Low ground base with some hard to get to expansions, I'll be honest. And some really interesting terrain there for the gentleman. I'll be interested to see what the plan is with this. As both players are going to spend some time scouting each other out. What does the rush distance look like? You're going to kind of have to go up, around, over. It's not super long, but there's a lot of terrain in the way. So we got some farms queued up. No units yet. Let's see what we've seen. A decent bit. So both players have put down squirrel warrens. Interesting placement for gentlemen. And now he's already expanded, which I like because he needs to go ahead and claim some territory that's not stuck here behind all this. So I am not opposed at all to the idea of, building forward a little bit. Gentleman digs his way out. And for now, no pushes yet. Squirrels. 6 of 6 for Joan. 6 of 9 for gentleman. And skunks coming for our green player. Alright, the gentleman really taking this forward base and hammering home the idea of, okay, this is my main now. This other one, that's a side base. This indefensible area is more of a side. And really, both players are going super heavy on the economics. Nobody building or pushing much yet. They're just getting money. Gentleman all the way up to 16. Jean doing the same. And now, honestly, the lineups are super similar. Gentleman going even heavier on the economic greed, maybe. We'll see if he ends up actually putting down any farms on this. Because now, I guess, is the time when you want to start investing in your army. Let's have a look. Army value, green's pulling ahead. Income, dead even. But now the gentleman's still trying to push that economic advantage. But when you get a bunch of gristmills like this with a bunch of farms, this is when you can start, just taking a couple seconds, saving up a ton of money. There is a tier 3 already on the way. I don't know if it was spotted. Yes, he has seen the Warren. But this is when you can throw down, your mass T3s, if that's what you want to do. 22 farms for the gentleman. Making sure he's scouted out. He sees that that tier 3 Warren is now up. So he's floated almost 300 food, and his commander is dead, which could be actually very bad. But Green Army will pull back for the time being. They really want to wait till they get that commander. Oh, that's a timing if I've ever seen one. That's dangerous, but he's got 22 farms. So, I mean, I guess it works. And farms have fallowed now. That's still like... Yeah, he's given himself a very weak period to get pushed by this wolf. Even if, like... I still don't know that, like, the 2 owls is a good move anyway, but, like... Here we go. He needs to engage this, because he doesn't want to give off the idea that he's waiting for something. And here's Sergeant Volkov, which is amping up the boys. Nowhere near as essential or powerful as he used to be, but he's there. Do you need a squirrel sue for making squirrels unresponsive? I'd go with Illuminatus or Master Stealth. Just one of those two. Alright, we got snakes coming in doing a decent amount of snake damage. What was that? I have heard a noise. And now the problem is, yes, those owls are ready, but they're supply blocked. And this is not looking fight backable from Gentleman. He's in a lot of trouble. Yeah, no, there's not a way out of this. Having seen that Tier 3 Warren and then opting for 2 Tier 3s of his own, I think that was a little bit of hubris. Alright, that's going to be the first game for John, or Zon, or I don't know. Alright, moving our way into Game 2 of the final best of 3 of the day. We have the Gentleman spawning in the bottom with a couple forward expansions available. And over here is sort of the mid-bottom right, or the mid-top right-ish area. You've got John, Zon, Green, with a couple forward expansions available as well. These are really, really close, really easy expansions, and the rush distance, aside from that water, is very, very short. So this is going to be probably reasonably early game. Just depends on how the players elect to play. Your Gentleman does have chameleons in the arsenal this time around, so we might be seeing some sneaky, spooky strats. But we could also just see a reasonably forward, fair fight. Gentleman pushing in. Still a lot of scouting, not a lot of building. And there's the first warrens going down from either player. They're synchronous at the moment. Still very much the precise same build. Only difference now is one mine, which Green has not seen. Oh, great, is built. So Green has no idea that mine's there. Mines aren't doing a ton of damage now, but if this hits like I think it's about to... Alright, that's a significant amount. That's like an entire squirrel's worth of HP lost. It has regained, though, but it forced that push back. Mines don't hurt as much as they used to. They used to hurt a lot more. That's a dead commander. Is that a push? It's a little too far for that to be a push. And we do have chameleons on the way from the gentleman, whereas we've got skunks on the way from Zone. I'm just, I'm wondering if the cams are going to stand up at all to this gas once it starts dropping. Got a whole lot of, that good stuff going down. Whole lot of farming. It's not perhaps as ridiculous as what we saw last game, because last game with the amount of farming, I thought it was like 2012 era Dota 2. But still a decent number of farms. We got 2 mines now. Maybe 2 mines will do what 1 mine could not. And some decent counter scouting going on. Gentleman slightly ahead on farms, and there are 4 chameleons coming out. Gentleman wants to really force the assault to come this way, because, I mean, obviously he wants it to run over those 2 mines. Yeah, the water is just it's a significant wall. And now look at this. Gentleman running all the way over here. He's being a little bit distracting so that these mines won't be seen. I think one of those mines might have been spotted, but not both. And now both players opting for a T3. He's going for the double owl again. Yeah, there's the first one. Actually, we got an Air Force strat here. Because a lot of Falcons just dropped as well. Wolf Skunk Stew versus Owls remains to be seen. Well, the problem Gentleman facing right now is ever since that following, those Falcons have gotten rather expensive. Oh, this could be a game decider right here. What do you go for? Do you go for, oh, you go for the tier 3 Warren. No! Wow! That is huge. And now that mine pops. And now that mine pops. And now Gentleman is absolutely ready for this fight. Which is still going to cost him probably in the farming department. And that skunk gas is going a long way. But there's still a lot of Falcons in the air. And that's really going to push the Quartermaster back. He's going to sell off a Warren or two, just try to get that owl building, which it is now. That was the right move to push at that very moment. Like, that still was the good call from Green. Oh, we've got some sneak. Not some complete sneak, but some initiated sneak. Because there is a gristmill over here. Which has been scouted. That owl will not... It's going to be up. It's not going to be ready if this is the push. Alright, well, it's blarfing. This is not a huge army, though. Yeah, I mean, the mice out front doing a little bit of a job tanking, but look at all this gas. It's the skunks that are doing the work. It's the skunks that are the problem. I'm not sure what the answer to skunks in this case is. Falcons? Perhaps, but it's a little late, because now green is pushing in hard, and this is a really important gristmill to go down. And it will. Gentleman is now starving. He's trying to keep that owl up as long as possible to continue the fight, but like, where's the shooting units? They're not there. And it's just looking kind of tough. Matter of fact, it's looking a little bit over. Alright, that's the owl warren sold. There's still some ongoing starvation. He needs to, this is still hidden for now. Yeah, it's no longer hidden. That was kind of a tough take. And I think this is... I don't want to say impossible. I will say extremely improbable. Chameleons are, you know, the difference maker. They're a decider. He's gonna possibly... Nah, it's game. It's just game. GG. And that is 2-0. Which means... that's the gentleman out. John or Zon or John is moving on. And we are now in the top 4. Which means up next we are going to have our winners finals, which is going to be Mishi versus this guy. Alright guys, if you're just now joining us, welcome one, welcome all to Strawberry Series number 3. We are in winners finals now, and we are at best of 5, which means we've got Mishi versus this guy. Both of who have had a significant path to get here. Mishi had to fight through Garlic Skin, Illuminatus, the Gentleman, and this guy has had to run through Daruru, the Child, Treebog, aka Ultimate Millionaire, Big Pimpintosh, to make it all the way here. Whoa, whoa, that was, Mishi is pausing. Alright, here we go. Mishi versus this guy, round 1. Mishi's spawning up on the top corner with not nary an expansion in sight. This is the closest thing to one. There's a camp a little closer. Meanwhile, on this guy's side, take your pick. You got 1 or 2. All kinds of high ground shenanigans here next to Mishi's base. Looking at the lineups, Mishi has opted for Squizzards and Squodes versus, or in addition to, your Ferrets, your Falcons, and some Mines, which are going to be right here. Alright, one of those Mines popped. One of them did not. I'm not sure if that's going to be close enough to Kerplode on the pig. It gets sold off for, 7 food. So, mine being put down on this pretty obvious choke. This is one of the quicker ways to get up to Mishi's base. But it has been scouted. That's the problem with mines, is they're easily scoutable. They have a rather long build time. Warren's going down. 6 squirrels on the way for Mishi, 3 for this guy, who has also got those skunks on the way. Mishi poking and prodding, seeing the tier 2 Warren, and also getting shot to death in the process. This guy taking some significant shots, but has that timing down to a science. That is a really strong timing push. And come up here, watch that camp be shot down. Mishi making some sales to get that camp, actually. And also slightly edit the army comp. Selling off that mine. Alright, this guy's push is about ready. Very soon. And also, that's another mine scouted. And I don't think that that mine got scouted. Let's... No visual on that mine. This guy shall continue scouting for now. Mishi slightly ahead in the food wars. But here comes this guy's push. A lot of lizards out front, which could prove deadly for those skunks if they are mismicroed. However, that mine that was there and then wasn't there... Oh, he's pushing the moles in first to proc it. Very smart from this guy. Textbook mine clearance. But there's a lot of stuff coming down off the high ground. There's a lot of skunk gas, though. This guy knows what he's doing as far as skunk gas is concerned. And although he's lost his skunks, he's kind of come out with the advantage in the fight. And so he's trying to make sure these toes don't explode. And still, he's really got Mishi on the back foot now. Because he's taking out Warrens, which are newly nerfed. And so especially with the crit power from that mole that just died, he was able to do a significant amount of damage. There's a farm as well. Just a really, really strong push from this guy. It's that trademark, perfect timing, max value. This might be it for Mishi. It is it for Mishi. Just a strong, solid push from this guy in game 1. And he's ready for game 2. Mishi taking a second, rethinking strategy. This guy is extremely ready. Skunk buff Kappa. You right? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not intelligent. All 3 tier 1s yet again. I say all 3 like there aren't 3 more. Or 2 more, rather. But those 3 primary T1s, the former T1 triangle, are pretty significant. The more of them you have, generally the better you fare in T1 engagements. Generally, I say. Because there's parts of the game where... What's going on over here? What's going on over here? We're not doing this. This is not what... We're doing this. It's a pretty far forward lizard warren. Now, Mishi's got to be concerned at the lack of farms. The question is, where are those moles? Not if there's those moles, because they're 100% there. But Mishi's got to find them. And now this guy's made it obvious. Alright, forces a cell on a farm. The question is, forces a cell on a warren as well. Alright, that warren finished. Alright, no, it did get sold. And these are... He sells... What do you do with this? You got like 270 food. What just happened? Alright, there should be squirrels coming out. And oh, he lost one of the warrens, though. Lizards showing why they are not to be trifled with. And that... Is this guy dead? He's dead. You don't come back from this. He's dead. Alright, so we're 1-1 in this game. Alright, let's have a look at this map. We've got a high ground base for Mishi with some reasonably close pocket expands. Very well defended. And over here for this guy, we've got a low ground base, lots of building space, and 2 expansions, one in either direction. So after that weird game last game, Mishi knows that moles are a possibility and is going for rather early warrens. So both players have early T1 units. But neither of them seem to be making much of a push at the moment. It's still is more defensive on either side. Also noting this time, this guy has his warrens behind his base. Sensing that now warrens are targetable and potentially weak. And we have already got chameleons on the way, actually. This guy sees the tier 2 warren, obviously does not know what is in the tier 2 warren. So he throws down his own tier 2 warren, although he might just be doing that because it fits in with the flow of the strategy. I do still like this guy's chameleons, or I still like this guy's skunks versus chameleons, rather. Just because of his experience with that specific build. What is this? He's looking for new and exciting ways in. He's got to go home, but this is a attack route. Alright, we've got a cam on the way. And right now he's just being placed. No, he's swinging. Doesn't really kill anything before he falls back. Right, here comes this guy's push with a little bit of a red plug. And it's going to be up to Mishi to hold against this. It's largely going to be a battle of high ground. You got to be careful sticking the skunks out front. You know there's chameleons. And so this guy is actually going to say, maybe not. Maybe I put farms. Right, now we got 2 chameleons on the way. And, oh, that's a really low commander. That's, oh, 1 HP. One chameleon popping out to take a pot shot at a pig. Mishi floating tons of food. And opts to convert that food into falcons, which do very well against skunks. This guy still... He's going to see those double T2 warrens down, though. And if you weren't dead, may consider initiating the push. But there's trouble at home. Namely, chameleons knocking on the door. But back they go. Nobody really... looking to make too big of a ruckus just yet. Mishi now, bit of a weak stage, got that tier 3 Warren just plopped down. And supply blocked up. Can't get any more than a couple falcons at a time. However, this guy does not know about that tier 3 Warren because he's pushing that right now with his army. Alright, needs the moles out in front. At what point do you just say yeet? I think this is that point. The yeetening has begun. There's a lot of yellow gas down. Decent toad hits. The chameleons are low, but they are living and they are swinging. One of them does drop. One of them is still alive. And the falcons are the difference makers here for Mishi. Tier 3 Warren has been completed. And he's just sold off enough stuff to make it start building. This guy falling back on slightly fewer farms. I think he died before he could really see, but he did catch a glimpse of the tier 3 Warren, so he knows one's on the way. The question is, what does one do at this point? He's getting more meat in the army. Going up to a literal busket of squirrels. But he's lost one farm. Well, on one hand, it's only a farm. On the other hand, it's like an entire farm. And now Mishi reinforces the army with some chameleons again. But now, Sergeant Volkov is yelling at these pigs to do their job faster. If done correctly, this should give Mishi an enormous army advantage. Here, look at that army value skyrocket. Income pretty equal at the moment. This guy's saying, oh, we're playing Air Force. Then we're going to play Air Force. So he's got a moment of weakness right now. And I really am concerned about the income because look at Mishi's income. It's enormous right now. And the army value also growing at a similar rate, honestly. Especially with all these farms on the way. If this guy lets this happen, it's... woo. And here comes a push from Mishi. This guy got to make some defensive decisions. He's got more Falcons on the way. Are they going to be ready in time for this fight? Because they're going to have to fight into some very high morale red units. At the same time, this guy has double Mishi's squirrel count. When you have this many squirrels, when you are busketing like this, Mishi really doesn't, other than the toads. The toads are the scary bit. It's going to largely rely on good toad hits. But look how fast Warrens drop. Here's the fight. Gas, it's going down. Doesn't seem to be enough. This guy losing all of his squirrels. That could be game. That is game. Buffs, perhaps a bit too strong, but also is just that economy and army difference. So now Mishi is up and is one game away from winning this series and moving on to grand finals to receive that coveted extra point. This guy taking a second to think. Nothing wrong with that. A little bit of a deck switch up from this guy. Mishi keeping some of the same stuff. Ah, we're going back to the contain strat. But are we? Yeah. He's thinking. He's thinking really hard. Trying to make some tough decisions, but eventually decides if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Going with the exact same strat that won him the last game. This guy, spawning in the right-hand corner. Got one high ground expansion, one low ground expansion. Not a lot of build space. Mishi, also not super much build space. Starts on the high ground, got a couple low ground expansions. Lots of water on this map. There's a big central lake. It's going to slow down any pushes through here. And despite how close everything looks, you've got to go over water a couple times to get to the base this way. Or you've got to cross this long wooden bridge and come over here. You can make it... I don't know that you can make it up through that little route right there. I don't know that that's real. Alright, this guy starting out, weirdly enough, with an MG nest, which should help deter some of the aggression. Mishi knows it's there and is trying to micro around it, coming with a large amount of squirrels. Wants to put this game in the coffin pretty quick. Gets a farm. And still has some squirrels left over, but has to fall back. So army value now, we see a massive pull ahead. And income, pretty stable. Yeah, early game shenanigans now, like almost at best, do slightly better than breaking even. One of the big advantages of them is they tilt people. It's very upsetting to lose that kind of stuff early. And it makes you think differently about the game. And so we see 6 squirrels. Nah, we go to 9. Yeah, this guy is a very stable player with a very, generally, like, solid strategy. Like, even when he varies things up, it's not a super departure from what he usually does, from what I have seen. Mishi says, yo, squirrels, let's get some. Yo, cams, let's get some. So we're seeing some toads coming out from Mishi. We're seeing some chameleons as well. This guy has got a snake +1 on the way. Actually delayed the skunks out a little bit. They could be good right now, but I mean, Mishi is probably thinking about it. Like, generally, when you think this guy, you think skunk play. So this guy trying to push, get some scouts, and maybe get a couple lucky snake hits. This could be dangerous if he gets his snakes just schwacked. Here's the spooky snake. This guy going to be the first one to really expand. Mishi keeping his army on edge right there, ready to just push around this quick little water dip. Oh! Oh, that snake's got to get out of there! Oh, he lives. Right, this guy now knows what he's up against, which has given him sort of a renewed confidence. He's forced out a couple of sails, and now here's a big push. There's a couple of good toad hits coming out from either side. Chameleons are gone at this point, and other than a slightly split squirrel army, this guy is cleaning house. As long as he does not lose his snakes, which here comes another chameleon, which is going to hurt, but is dying very rapidly. This guy I still think has the advantage in this fight. Now he's fighting uphill a little bit. He's got to get rid of these toads. He's got some toads of his own. And now, like, the food is depleting pretty quickly for both sides. There's supply blocked up. But the difference is that range. And the fact that the snake is still healing. And it makes it out. For now. It did survive. And actually manages to pick up that chameleon. There are 0 of 2 chameleons. And Mishi does not have the food to keep making them. So now this guy's the only one with the tier 2. And we're going to game 5. Decisive micro indeed. The classic battle between range and melee. Alright, it's the last game of the set. Everything comes down to this one game, and Mishi is betting the farm on that trademark containment strat. He's got his MG nests, he's got his drumfire, he's got his ferrets. He's got all the units that helped him with that huge contain earlier. What is this guy doing? He's doing this guy stuff. He's taken the snakes out of the deck, expecting perhaps that there's been a tech switch against them. Correctly, might I add. And he's going with what he does best. Nothing really being built yet. Really short rush distance. Like, you can, from this camera spot, like, I can zoom in almost to player level and you can still see both farms. So this is a really quick run over to either side. And I'm not sure who this benefits. One thing I've noticed Mishi can do, if you'd have to come around this way to do it, and it would have to not be spotted. But with this gristmill, a drumfire could be placed up here. It would have to be defended. That's the dangerous bit. Really not advisable. But it could be done. Mishi has already expanded. This guy has a slight squirrel lead and may elect to push that in. Oh, yep. I don't think Mishi knows about that mole. That little piece of high ground could mean the world right now. So the first mole's already out. That Warren is as good as dead. And all he needed was just, okay, he's pulling out. such a creative play from this guy, even if it doesn't end up panning out and getting warrens. That's amazing usage of one blip of high ground. And he's really pushed off this attack, and he's going for it now. Don't know that he wants to fight into that high ground anymore. But he's putting squirrels as far forward as he possibly can. Now he sees the MG nest. There's nothing else that can be. So he knows what he's up against. I think he saw the second one as well. So now he's pulling back. What do you do when your opponent is making defensive structures? You expand forward. Mishi having a good scout around. Likely noticing that tier 2 Warren doesn't know what it is just yet. This guy getting a good scout up here, seeing that he's not the only one with an extra mill. So we're going to see the economy build. Mishi has now seen a falcon. But nonetheless is going to continue building those ferrets, as they are kind of crucial for the contain strat. So this high ground has effectively been walled off. It's going to be hard for this guy to even scout up there. He's got to go around a long way. Which, there's a really long way. Like, by the time he gets up here, he already has no health. And Mishi's got a ton of build space. And there's the Drumfire. So the contain is on the way, and because this guy was dead, by the time he spots that cannon, it's going to be at minimum halfway done. So he pops up there. He's laid eyeballs upon it. He knows that it's there. But there's not a lot he's going to be able to do against it now, especially not with a dead commander. So he's got to push in and try and fight this. The Drumfire's almost done. So at this point, do we just see Game of Falcons, perhaps? Yeah, the map is nasty, and Mishi could not have been luckier with his choice of strat. However, if there's one thing that can break an artillery contain, it's probably the Air Force. And so this guy with his F-22s will be pushing forward, trying to break this wall. And right now having to fall back. Just can't get any purchase on that. And now the problem is Mishi's doing the thing again. It's going to be nice, it's going to be slow, and it's really going to suck for this guy. Because he can no longer be absent from this front line. If he goes away for a half second to build something, or get another farm, then these ferrets are going to push in and take like everything he has. Look at this gristmill. Yep, and gristmill's gone. Fortunately, nothing was farming on it. Unfortunately, nothing was farming on it. This guy is at a massive food disadvantage. And I don't even know what you do in this situation. You look for the wraparound. Especially when you don't have any defensive structures yourself. Not that they would do well against these ferrets anyways. There's not a lot you can do. Because I could see what he was thinking with that movement is, what if I wrap all the way around? But you can't. Okay, here we go. This is what he can do. This is his one option. His entire army is flying, pretty much. So if he can just survive against these squirrels for long enough, win this fight, he can start taking farms down. That is how you break that. And so now, he's starving though. He's in a tough spot. He can really do damage. He's got to go for both gristmills. He does not have time. And that, unfortunately, is looking like game. It was an excellent attempt. But Mishi will be moving on to Grand Finals winner's side. Which means this guy will be dropping down to the lower bracket. An amazing 3-2 set. Alright, up next we are going to have Big Pimpintosh versus Zone, or you know, the green player. Still trying to organize text over here. I am the caster. Whatever I say is canon now. All right, but got the GLHF, the good sportsmanship, being called out. And now we got Dijon Mustard, versus Big Pimpintosh, who's playing Archimedes, who is the color of mustard. Already is 2 for 2. Drumfire Cannon with a excellent showing thus far in the tournament, getting Mishi all the way to Grand Finals and receiving the coveted extra point. All right, looking at the map here, Joan over here on the right with that Dijon high ground expansion and that lack of building space, but a relatively defensible spot up here, provided he forward expands first. Over here on the left hand side, we got Big Pimpintosh in the actual desert with a lot of nothing and a kind of hard to defend expansion, because obviously it is surrounded by water, but there's places for squirrels to stand, or you know, whatever else. You sit up there and you think, huh, what if I had moles? Hindsight is holy moly. But now there is a warren thrown down. Gonna block things off. Dijon still, yep, is forward expanding to hopefully get this more defensible position once that gristmill spawns. Pimpintosh is going to see it burrow back and potentially see about mounting an offense. Ooh, chameleons. That's an offense. Double chameleons. That's a big offense, but they gotta spawn first. And you gotta have food for that. But you can probably rest assured your opponent is not attacking yet because they just took a forward gristmill. So it's 9 farms to 8, although that 9th farm has not finished up building yet. And that would be a very creative place for a squirrel warren. But here come the cams. There's going to be a total of 2 of them now that he's moving out the first time, just because it's a bit of a timing. Move forward. Don't lose your commander. Oh. Oh. Okay, they stopped. They hit the brakes. And now, they're going to be walking back a little ways because Pimpintosh has more of them. And he's been shot. He doesn't want to wave that flag in front of Dijon because then it'll be obvious that something's up. Where are the... they're right here chilling. And now he's looking at possibly having to be on the defensive. Got a lot of warrens out front. I mean, he does have a strong army. Maybe not super strong versus snakes. I honestly think snakes will consume this. But if he, you know, gets that surprise attack off with his invisible chameleons, this is a very, very well defended forward expand. He's just looking for anything he can go take out. It's just going to be hard to get in that base. And here comes snakes. Alright, Big Pimpintosh going with the idea of, okay, if I can't chameleon rush you, I'm just going to get rid of my chameleons, get a better standing army, and have more economy than you do. So, a good tech switch. A little bit disappointing. You never want to... Oh, he sees the tier 3 as well. You never want to have to give up on a chameleon rush when they're already ready. But you got to know when it's just not going to happen. And against this base, it's just not going to happen. However, he is vastly out farming. And Dijon is going to see this. What is this army he's setting up? He's got a enormous... So he's going no pigeon with like 15 squirrels, 4 snakes, and 4 falcons. He does not notice it. Oh, this is bad. Oh, it gets spotted, though. It's been spotted. He's only going to lose like 1 farm, and he's going to pick up 2 snakes in return, which is absolutely a good trade. And now Dijon's not going to have any snakes for this defense. So that may be the exact trade Pimpintosh needed. There's all these toads, though. They are going to blow up most of the squirrels, but... these flying units really don't give a damn about skunk gas. That chameleon is just punching. And there's enough reinforcements coming through that, well, one would hope you'd be able to get a decent amount out of this offense. But no, instead everybody just loses all their units and then we start over. Reset time! What do you sell to get your economy back jump started? It is great that this fight happened around the same time as all those farms fallowed, which greatly, you know, slows down the pace of the game. And now we got the snakes coming in again, looking for another easy farm pickoff. The difference this time is Dijon managed to keep that tier 3 alive. And now Pimpintosh is aware of it, and he's also aware of that expansion. But what do you do? How do you approach this fight? I think first answer is you do approach this fight. Because if you don't approach this fight, he's just going to go yell at the pigs, and the pigs are going to farm too fast. This is an approach, because he can definitely pull the falcons over to the other side. And now, those snakes almost acting like discount snipers. And taking out a couple of frontline units. They will replenish pretty quick. Pimpintosh actually saying, nah, I'm just going to take this expansion. I dare you to stop me. But what Dijon might say is, I'm just going to go take this expansion at the bottom, you know, the one with all your farms at it. The other thing is, there's still chameleons in this lineup. And the fight has kicked off. One of the chameleons has died. Skunk gas absolutely everywhere. So much blue that it's just not possible to keep any ground units alive. Wolf really proving to be one of the strongest tier 3s right now. Because I think at this point, Pimpintosh is possibly dead. He's going to have to rebuild an army with little income. Well, I mean, the same amount of income Dijon's got, except he has no units right now. And now the warns are going to start dropping, which is a big, big problem for Pimpintosh. The snakes are out. He just can't control everything right now. He's trying his best to hold on. But that army is just too big, and that's going to be game. Oh, I never changed the names. That's bad. All right. Game 2, Big Pimpintosh over here on the right-hand side, and Dijon over on the left. Not a lot, well, I'd still call that an easy expand, but I would not call anything near Pimpintosh an easy expand. This looks easy, but is very far forward. So it's still risky. We're just going to zoom out, watch for now, see if we see anything beyond, you know, your initial 8. And don't forget to stand up and stretch occasionally, guys. Sitting too long is not good for your legs, not good for your back, and not good for you in general. We got our first squirrels coming up. Big Pimpintosh laying down the first warren. Dijon shortly following. And Big Pimpintosh is going to go up to 6. Whereas Dijon is going to be expanding quite quickly, taking that essentially free pocket. Pimpintosh falling back. There is a camp back there that he can attempt to take, and that's what he is trying to do. Which, it can't really see the high ground, so that's a free take with a single squirrel, as long as Dijon does not interfere. He still manages to burrow out, despite all that. You honestly hope Dijon wins this entire thing, just so I have to admit that I have no idea how to pronounce that name. I like it. Pimpatosh pushing out. We'll zoom in a little bit. Observe the fight because Pimpatosh is pushing in with that snake. And he's going to take out this Warren. I don't think there's any hope for that Warren left. Oh, this could be big, actually, because he's going to start taking farms. He's going to start taking a lot of farms. This is way too late to fight back. Maybe not, but he does have the high ground in your own base. And now Pimpatosh, he's still looking really, really strong. And he took a lot of stuff down. He wants to take out that snake Warren specifically, because if he can prevent there being any more snakes, it's pretty much a wrap. He has, however, just killed the actual snake. There's a good toad hit. That's a really good toad hit that probably just kept Dijon in this game. And this never-ending fight is continuing. Big Pimpatosh starting to maybe be on the back foot, because Dijon's doing some good commander scouting and good commander, like, tanking. Be that as it may, Pimpatosh still has an army. He's okay. He actually forces the sell on that Warren, which may be the win. Oh, yep, that's GG. So Pimpatosh strikes back, and once again we're at 1-1, and I would not be shocked if all these best of fives go all the way. So it's recruitment phase. This is round 3. And that would be an interesting build from Pimpatosh. Granted, he would need one more. And we see the return of Kasha. You got a couple tier 3s in this. We got Fox on one side, Wolf on the other, looking like Smash Brothers Brawl. Or the occasional ultimate. Shoutouts to Smash Brothers, keeping video game tourneys quite hype and quite alive. But we are here today not to talk about the smashing of the bros, but the toothing of the tails. And as of right now, we're talking about the farming of the farms. And Big Pimpatosh is doing some stuff. He is absolutely doing things. It's a really complicated opening that turns out really just to be, in the long run, a standard defensive 6-farm Warren opening. That's a squirrel that was on his way to trouble, but now he's on his way home. Alright, so we are up to 8 farms and up to 3 squirrels on either side. And Pimpatosh still doing a really preliminary scout. This particular expand right here is well hidden and well defended. And I'm not even sure who's seen it, so let's check our visibility. It's been seen by the blue player. It has barely been seen by your boy Big Pimpatosh. So Big Pimpatosh with a little bit of a forward expand. Dijon has not done so yet. I say that and he does it. Alright, we do have a mill up for... Oh, ooh! That's what... That's exactly what I thought that was going to be used for. Granted, the one downside is you can come up here and see that. And there is a back entrance even. I don't know that he's aware of the back entrance. This is why it's really important to always look very hard at your mini-map. Because your mini-map will reveal secrets that are hidden behind the trees or behind the rocks. That there is absolutely a back entrance to this base. Because the main one you see is this way. And it's easy to think that's the only way. But there is absolutely a way through all that. And so now we wait, now we settle. There are snakes coming out for either side. Dijon already has skunks up, and Big Pimpintosh is investing heavily into pigeons. However, if it would be very easy for Dijon to see this and assume that Pimpintosh is kind of behind on the economy, when in actuality, Pimpintosh's economy is roaring right now. He is like at Wall Street at the moment. I would not be shocked to see with this pullback that's going on right here, I would not be shocked to see some T3s start happening. It's a strong push coming though. It would be very difficult to break that. And that snake is too far forward and it is dead. More of a... You initially say losing a snake's an annoyance, but it could have very, very real consequences if and when this fight kicks off like it is doing right now. Lots of skunk gas going down, and that's lots of squirrels dying in it because you really can't take the engage without just standing there. And so Dijon is just kind of rolling this base back. It's like a carpet that you're just pulling up. Lots of Warrens just died. However, Pimpintosh is still well ahead on farms, and that's what's going to allow him to ultimately survive this and replenish his army. That and the fact that pigeons have kept his T2s alive for the most part. Dijon got to pull back. The second Dijon finds this, it's big, big trouble. Pimpintosh making sure now that 5 minutes is hit, he's still good on farms. He's still like 5 farms ahead of Dijon. Which, in order to see the benefits of having that good of an economy, you do have to start building units. And there are units out there. It's just not a huge amount. He's got to be here for the fight, though. It's dangerous to just lose a tier 2 like that. And once again, this massive army is just going to push in and roll back with that skunk gas. But now we got skunks that Pimpintosh is out that are going to start melting Dijon's forces. So everything's dying on either side. Although I worry for the safety of this gristmill. But now the reptiles are going to fall back and chill in the water. Get that quick HP regen. And Pimpintosh maybe wants to say no to that, but he's got to be mindful of those toads. Yeah. The longer this stagnates, the better it is for Pimpintosh, because he is so far ahead in farms that, like, every time Dijon loses, like, all of his units right here, he's just letting Pimpintosh get more and more ahead. And now Pimpintosh can go on the offensive quite quickly, and he can also build all over here. A quick tidbit is you can still see your territory lines. I'm a little bit amazed that he hasn't seen that blue-yellow right there, hasn't done anything about it. Or at least the fact that his blue is pushed back. I don't think you can see enemy territory. It's just a matter of my bad Alzheimer-esque memory. And because of the secret base, because of the cheeky hidden base right there, Pimpintosh has got this game steadily in hand. Just going to fall back into friendly territory, put down more Warrens, 0 probs, and that's game. Look at that economic difference. Alright, so that's a 2-1 for Pimpin' Tosh. 1 game away from advancing. Alright, game 4. Pimpin' Tosh, 1 win away from punching his ticket to losers finals. Dijon got a little more work to do. He's got to go for 2. He is perhaps assisted this time by a interesting and decent base with some pretty easy expands to go snag. Pimpin' Tosh actually a little hurting on the expands front. This one's somewhat defensible, and you'd probably have to take it relatively early on in order to do that. Pimpin' Tosh having a good scout around. He's looking, he is seeing what he can see with his eyeballs. The lack of Warrens, namely. So, both players going for a heavy economic start. The exclamation point flag versus the meh face flag. Or the kind of wonky electrical plug, I guess. So both players scouting, no players really building. There is, on the note of ninja bases, I'm a little surprised you didn't just yoink that. It'd be too heavy of an investment this early in the game. But, yeah, no, that I could absolutely see that coming into play later, because who is going to walk all the way down there? Yeah, Dijon has no idea that's there. Pimpin' Tosh being very thorough with his scouting, making sure he can see most of the map. Like you can see, of most of the accessible map, he's seen almost all of it, whereas if we swap commanders, there's a huge blotch to the south that is just completely unseen. Pimpin' Tosh expanding forward as expected. And he's going to have that defense set up. These early snakes. Snakes seem to be the earliest T2s I ever see other than chameleons. And so now we have a very clearly drawn battle line with a gristmill dead center in it. So it's a pretty short map. Definitely one where a lot of work is going to be done on the center. And it's going to be very hard to get away from that center. One snake has already died, so that's very not good for Pimpin' Tosh. Matter of fact, this whole fight looks really bad for Pimpin' Tosh. He sells off all the farms that he thinks are just going to get killed anyway. He's got to fall back and defend his main. He still kind of wants to defend this expo, but it's just gone. It's already got like 9 asset stacks on it. So that's going to melt. And now Pimpin' Tosh has to hold the door against Dijon. And it's just very, very difficult. He does have both the snakes poisoned and killed, but at the cost of a lot of his own units. If we have a look at the army values, it's not looking good. However, it's still looking kind of close. Income... bit of a downward spiral for Pimpin' Tosh. He steps up, he eliminates one squirrel. What's the move now? What do you do if you're Pimpintosh? You're economically on the back foot, and you're aware of this because you've lost a base. You see, well, at this point, what you're doing is defending because you've got another squirrel and snake army heading directly your way. Do you opt for the skunks just to buy you a little bit of time? Can you even afford the skunks right now? Once again, with the snake versus snake, most if not all snakes die. And he's chasing back as hard as he can, but he knows he can't go for this expansion because if he does, he's just going to get snaked. Maybe the assistance of some pigeons will be helpful in the defense, because now the problem is he's only got like the one snake which just spawned and died immediately. This is not looking good for Pimpintosh here. He's very much contained, and I think that's going to be it. He's out of units. And so once again, we have gone all the way. Best of 5 means 5 games. And the very, very quick ready up. So we see the potential return of the owl to the deck. Dijon laboring over what that last unit's going to be. Ooh. Please. I want to see how this turns out. Alright, this game just became spicy. Big Pimpintosh with only 2 Tier 1 units, plus the snakes on Tier... snakes on Tier 2, only 2 Tier 1s. Owl for Tier 3. And then double structure with the Sniper Balloon and the MG Nest. Dijon, having gone for also only 2 Tier 1s, but 3 Tier 2s, no structures, and Kasha once again. Looking at the map, a double high ground forward expand for Dijon, or a pocket. Both players have pockets this time, which is nice. It's not going to force too terribly much early aggression. I'm really excited to see if I get the chance to see Sniper Balloon. Alright, so Pimpintosh already going for early squirrels. Large amounts thereof. Dijon's a little faster. His are going to be there very soon. But he instead pulls them back. MG Nest now going down for Pimpintosh, which means he can build fewer squirrels and still have defense. Which maybe will free up some food for him to start working on this expand. So MG Nest is there. Dijon has seen it. He has observed also this gristmill, which could be used for him. It'll roll that territory back a significant way. Alright, Pimpintosh trying to pull ahead once again on economy. Dijon already has an expand with 1 farm on it, which he cancels actually, just to get a Warren out first. So Pimpintosh trying for the extra food strat. It has served him well before. And he comes out here, sees that he should indeed have the economic lead. He also sees the ferret. He pushes forward. He sees that the army's pushing in, so he's going to start microing his own units. He does not want to lose them. Alright, he takes a pretty bad hit to his squirrels, and he's going to have to pull back. And now he's going to lose a Warren. Alright, every time a snake hits a squirrel outside that squirrel's territory, that squirrel's dead. So he's right in using these how he's using them. His MG nest is also gone. Alright, Dijon pulling back now with a 340 food float. So would not be shocked at... Well, I would say I would not be shocked to see Kasha, but instead we're going for 30 squirrels. We're going for like a basket and a half. Oh, we're finally gonna see the sniper balloon. At long last. This is the first time I have seen this in literal years. As long as it can get in the sky, it's up and firing. Well, it's up and ready to fire. It exists. It's there. It's floating. Now Pimpintosh, the one with some economic advantages. Dijon's like, hey, maybe I went a little too crazy on the squirrel warrens. Just a tiny teensy bit. And Pimpintosh got to be careful about the amount of resources he's floating. He's like, is it worth it to lose all this? Are you trading equivalently? Micro's big. But now pulling back, he's got to now defend his sniper balloon territory here. And this is where you really see it come into play with that point defense. Like, it's just going to start erasing squirrels that are trying to push in. Got some more snakeage on the way. See no real reason to change up the army too much. Just get some pigeons for that high ground view and that additional healing. And just increase the volume of what you got. He comes out here as he sees that he's being put in the economic corner. So what's the move? He sells off some stuff. And is it owl time? It's looking like owl time. It's owl time. However, there are shots being fired. And the good thing at this point is that sniper balloon is going to hold off a large amount of aggression that could already be coming out from Dijon. You've got to be very careful with that snake micro. They are expensive units to have out in front. They do a lot of damage, but they are very, very cash money. However, that's a dead ferret. That is a very dead ferret for 0 cost. And now the owl is on the way. Alright, try to get some quick scouting in. Kasha's on the way. You see the Tier 3 Warren. You know you're going to have your Tier 3 out first. Is that the timing window you take? I think it is. But I'm dumb and stupid. So we're going to see if that is the timing window he takes. The thing is, he's been impossible to scout back here, so there's no real way of knowing that there is an owl coming. Because this is the line. Thou shalt not go past this. And so now, I do not have an uptime command, however, we have been going for 4 hours and 53 minutes according to this. Alright, here's the engage. Snakes in the back, lots of tankiness in front to keep them firing. That's a dead gristmill, and that's a largely dead blue army. There's still snakes and still squirrels firing in the background, but the snake count is much higher on Pimpintosh's side. He is starting to try to decide whether he wants to pull back or not. Do you let that owl pop or no, is the question. Is this the hill you're going to die on? This literal, actual hill? And Pimpintosh is laboring over that decision, but now he's going home. He's had enough for now because he's got to get some more production moving. He wants to go to owl. He actually sells off the sniper balloon, but here's Kasha. He didn't do anything about Kasha. So now what was looking like a very spooky game for Dijon is now potentially more winnable. Pimpintosh doesn't have... He's not going to be super affected by that wolf or that fox, but it's going to be a constant looming threat. And it's going to... Fox still, over time, does a decent bit of damage. The longer an engagement goes, the higher value your fox is. Stepping down here to the south. But here's a push from Pimpintosh, or is it? It's a fake push. He's waiting on that second owl is what he's waiting on. So we're looking at army value. Blue's actually at... nope. Because now that second owl's out, blue is no longer ahead. Now, a couple good toad hits mean nothing when all those mice are out front. And because there's now 2 owls, there's just never-ending quantities of mice. Kasha's sitting in the background trying to fire where she can. But there's just enough squirrels and enough snakes that it's really hard to hold this off. It's like playing COD Zombies. Eventually, your defenses are going to crack and you're going to be gone. Especially with all the warrens that are falling, this may be the end of the line for Dijon. Because with those 2 owls, Pimpintosh might be doing it. Zooming out just to make sure I've got the full vision of this fight. That is a very dead gristmill. There are 2 gristmills left. But it's just over. 3-2 yet again. And Pimpintosh is going to losers finals. Very, very well fought. So we are going to have losers finals up next. This guy versus Big Pimpintosh. And this tournament has dragged on well longer than initially expected. I am going to take a very quick break. I will be right back just as soon as I can. I return. And we are ready for Big Pimpintosh versus this guy. Alright, getting back into the commentary seat really quick now that I have made sure the scoreboard is okay. Pimpintosh already got some lizards on the way. He is looking to put this one down kind of quickly, or at least do some economic damage. The rush distance is very short, and lizards really take good advantage of that. One thing I've noticed, we're seeing a lot of blue and yellow today, not a lot of green and red. Alright, so here comes the lizard push. There's already 2 lizards out to 0 squirrels. And so we're going to see just how much economic damage can be done. There's only 1 farm for the cost of 2 lizards, so a 20 food swing. Valuable. However, the amount of income he needed to put into actually doing that attack kind of made it less valuable than before. However, he still has a lot of lizards, and they move very, very quickly. And so he snuck around the back. He gets 1 farm, and he pulls back, but he loses a fair amount of lizards. He's got squirrels now as well. And here's a big squirrel push from this guy. Alright, this guy holding back now. He's recovering his squirrel mount. Pimpintosh, a little bit ahead in the army value. For this stage in the game, actually a decent bit ahead. But Big Pimpintosh is also on the economic back foot, so damned if you do, damned if you don't. We are 5 hours in. Again, I apologize for the sluggishness with which this tourney has been run. And Pimpintosh being really quick with his movement. And now is going to go up to 8 farms, or at least queue up 8 farms. Having a look here now, Big Pimpintosh is actually falling behind a bit in army value. And that's just because there's moles on the way, as well as 12 squirrels for this guy. Pimpintosh trying to pull ahead. He's got a few more warrens down. He's really getting that T1 mix that is so effective sometimes. But now he's prompted the wrath of the squirrels. But he's maybe baited them out a little bit. If a toad can get off a good hit here, that could be immense damage. Right now, it's putting this guy back on the back foot. And there's a couple very good toad hits, so looking at the army value, it's plummeted, but for both players, so it's a good attempted push from Pimpintosh, but here comes this guy. Look at the moles. And there goes this guy, because he needs more squirrels. Here comes this guy, maybe. Lots of shooting, lots of nearly dying, but Pimpintosh makes it away for now. This guy attempting to push up onto the high ground. Look at all these moles. He's got like 6 of them. These warrens are just going to melt. If those moles can touch them, the warrens are gone. But now all the moles died to toad explosions. And it's a question of who has more squirrels. Pimpintosh has more squirrels. And that's the GG call. So Pimpintosh will take game 1 over this guy. Rolling right on into game 2. Thought for a second about switching to Quartermaster. Be surprised how much a change of color helps things sometimes. He's got a very interesting deck this time. Not very standard for him. No one expects Pimpintosh to pull a child. Alright, this is a bit of a start here. So Pimpintosh has tons of gristmills within range. This guy doesn't. This guy is going to have to work hard for his farms. Pimpintosh very much getting the silver spoon with this map. However, there's a lot of places to have to defend. Should be called a Pedro. So, decent bits of scouting, decent bits of farm construction at the moment. Eight farms for 8 farms. Should be seeing the first warrens go down relatively soon. Pimpintosh does have access to chameleons this time around, so not be shocked to see him come out. Let's have a look at the scouting efficiency. So this guy has pretty much been going immediately to Pimpintosh's base and back, whereas Pimpintosh has seen nearly the entire map. Already taken that forward gristmill. And this guy, oh, I forgot to notice that he's got mines, and he is laying them down. Could be quite high value. Ferret's on the way now. Or it looks like Pimpintosh has ferrets as well, and he's looking to go this way more than this way. Tons of warrens gone down. They're just flagging each other. Pimpintosh is like, okay. He's not pulling his units through here. He is coming up to the high ground, seeing what there is to see, and what that is a massacre. And now that's a camp for this guy. He should be using these to kind of stay at least somewhat ahead of the economy. Pimpintosh said, hey, I want a lot of artillery. So he's gone for 4 ferrets. This guy may be even debating whether or not he wants to take that forward camp. Oh, this could be rough if Pimpintosh accidentally trips those mines. He's falling back, but he's got... It's ferret v ferret, and we got a lot of ferrets on the way. This guy falling back for now. Pimpintosh pushing. That's 1 mine proc. So that's some dead stuff. And there's another proc, and that was on ferrets. So now Pimpintosh is going to be worried about his ferret count, as one of them is very low health. But he's got more on the way, and he's also adding additional lizards to the equation. This guy says, hey, it's tier 3 time. He's got the badger in the back. They're flagging hard. Okay, this is where these ferrets are coming to town. Lots of squirrels and lizards dying to artillery shots. Ferrets still remaining alive. In the back here, we do have the badger starting to arrive. And this guy has successfully kept this at a one base conversation. Pimpatosh has a very slight farm lead, but the problem is it doesn't super matter. He's not able to put a lot of farms on it. And so now, this guy actually selling off his artillery, he's prepping up for that massive badger push that is functionally going to be an all-in. He's got to be ready for it. He's also got to not lose his commander. At this point, Pimpatosh's got to be wondering where the ferrets have gone. He's got to see the badger now. But do you push uphill into this? We lag a little bit. Still tons of ferret already going down, but now it's spun up. Badger is stepping up, and she's just shredding everything. And so now she's got to spin up again, and that's the one little dangerous bit. But this could very well be the end of the game right here. Yeah, Badger shredding everything. Fully spun up. And yep, that's it for that. So now this guy will take the round. And once again, we have 1 point all. This guy going with a very interesting build this time. Super sneaky. And I like it. Alright, so let's have a look at the map. Pimpatosh up in the north. He'd have to expand quite far forward in either direction. Down here in the south, this guy, he's just kind of got one. But he's got to go much further to get a second one. Like all the way out here. There's only 4 expands total on the entire map. And as far as I can tell, yep, there's no camps. So this is going to be a low economy game. Maybe we should make Grand Finals also best of 5. If you and whoever wins this series agree, I am okay with that. Alright, once again we've gone up to 8 farms. Either side, no warrants just yet. Rather than squirreling it up, this guy is just going to go ahead and take this expand. Whereas Pimpatosh, not going to be fully aware of... Does that mine still exist? I think he's run past it. He should probably know. And so now, Pimpatosh and this guy both squirreling it up. This guy still has that one mine on the ground, but both of them are floating up a significant chunk of resources. And we're... So that's... Aight then. That's one way to do things. That's going to get scouted. But the thing is, what do you do once that's been spotted? What is this guy... How do you respond if you're this guy? You're like, okay, he's gone tier 3 on me. On 8 farms. Do you then push? With your 3 squirrels? Like... This guy popping on over, he sees now that there is no tier 3. And it was all an elaborate ruse. But he also sees that there is a push coming in. Lots of mines on the ground, which are going to serve as a bit of a deterrent. Oh, that's actually feather wire. Lots of flag waving going on, and it's looking like this guy is probably not going to be able to hold much longer. He does, just thanks kind of to the mines, but here comes a round of reinforcements. He's got to kind of try and get those MG nests down. Alright, Pimpintosh falling back, maybe running it around a little bit. He is going to have to go past some more feather wire. This guy with the successful wall defense. And, okay, that could be a game decider once those get built. Because Pimpintosh didn't see any of those. If he chooses to go that way again with his whole army, he's just done. However, he did not choose to go that way. He's still going to have to try and fight through all the feather wire, though. And that is eating a lot of his toads. This guy, though, is having to hold off with just 2 squirrels as he waits for owl warrens to finish. And is that the play? It is, perhaps. Alright. So these 2 owls are going to have to happen simultaneously. They're going to supply block out the rest of everything. Yes, that is how traditional double elim would work for a bracket reset. But this game lasts way too long to do bracket resets, even if we were only doing best of 3s. Alright, so the double T2 has been scouted. Pimpintosh is now aware that he's on the clock. If he goes left, he is dead. Instead, he's like, yeah, no, I'm a farm. I'm gonna get my tier 3. So we've already got 1 owl on the way, and as soon as this... Yeah, no, there's 2 owls on the way. That's just the situation as it were. Alright, that's 1 owl up. Pimpintosh has seen that owl is up. Do you think 1 badger beats 2 owls? Me personally, I don't, but we're gonna see. It also, this is still a huge potential deciding factor. This guy has 36 squirrels on the way. This is the death push right here. The badger's not going to be up in time either. I cannot fathom a situation in which this is not game. Big Pimpintosh is now starving, and the badger's on the way. But yeah. Here's 36 squirrels and 2 owls. That's a dead badger, and that's just going to be game. So this guy with the unconventional deck gets the unconventional win. And now we go game 4. So this guy very close to making it, clawing his way back into Grand Finals. Pimpintosh has gone for the classic Drumfire plus Fox build, but with the added Owl. So like 3 tier 3-esque units. He's also just sitting up here like, yo, I might just mole this. And so back he goes. He's going to let that farm get scouted. One of them's going to finish. He watches this guy leave. Is he going to cancel that farm? Or is he just going to let it build? Alright, that's a mole that's already... Moles are really nowadays only good against farms that are still building. Like that one. Like that's going to die. And he throws down another rather than selling out. And the commander now getting very low. He's getting to the point where he might have enough to actually take down this mill. You have about 4. He's going for it. That's 1 dead. That is 2 dead. He is not going to finish the job, but he's going to get damn close. Oh, there's a 5th. 5th is not going to make it do the snake. It almost... That was almost a thing right there, guys. However, back on the home front, let's just have, 5 squirrel warrens. However, those squirrels aren't really going to be up in time to deal with a snake. So, this snake may actually end up doing more economic damage than all of those moles did. Just now, the first little round of squirrels is coming out. Oh, that's a... Ooh, that was very nearly a dead commander. And a dead commander in this case is just death. Problem is, the squirrels are all kind of going in and dying one by one, so they're not really able to finish off any of these snakes. Like, that one's been sitting there on minimal HP this entire time, and it's still firing. Alright, Pimpintosh is 2 farms down, and this guy says, you know what? I'm going all on the tier 1s. Pimpintosh sells some things off to try to get back to farming capacity. This guy well ahead of him in both... Actually, equal army value. Income also equal. So after all the craziness, we've evened out. We'll back it on up. We'll observe the scouting. There's some more moles. There's even more moles. Do we see a potential back door? Snake definitely didn't spot those. But now he's got to defend. He's trying to defend with squirrels on... Oh, he's died. That is really... That is one of the worst deaths you could take. That's probably game. It was a valiant attempt at a shenanigan play, but it is going to put this guy in grand finals. Top 1 saddest deaths, indeed. Alright, this guy and Mishi. Grand final time. This guy is cool with it. I think Mishi's cool with it. So we have pushed grand finals from a best of 7 to a best of 5 because we've been going for nearly 5 hours now and people are in need of rest. Me too, I'm hungry. I thank you all for sticking with me to this point. And the raid from Witty Pun. Thank you so much for that raid. Hello and welcome to the stream, guys. We are about to get into grand finals here very, very shortly. Just as soon as Mishi shows up. Also, thanks for the follows and such, guys. I can't speak anymore. I've been yelling at games all day. Alright, Mishi versus this guy. And because Mishi came from winner's side, Mishi is starting with a bonus point. So Mishi only needs to win 2 in a row. Or 2 in general. This guy's got to do 3. And he's random scrambling that deck. Mishi taking his time picking a deck he finds suitable. And now I'm dealing with some technical difficulties. So this is a rematch of the winners finals. So we've seen these guys play before and it was an excellent close 3-2 series. This guy fresh off a win against Big Pimpintosh 3-1, but he's exhausted. The caster is exhausted. Mishi is probably in the best shape out of all of us. So we're going to zoom out. We're going to see what we're dealing with here. We got a very high ground base. It's actually a really excellent base for Mishi. But the rush distance is mad short, and this guy can take this high ground and just kind of push in. So we already are seeing squirrels, lizards, all that good stuff. And this guy is going in with a push, and he's also laying down a mine. And we're just dealing with a little bit of laggy hiccups here. That push, unfortunately, did not pay off. He sells off the mine. He gets shot at on his way out. Noticing a little bit of pushing and prodding. The double high ground does, in fact, strike again. And we got a tier 2 Warren in the back. I wonder what it could be. Is it chameleons? Oh, yes, it is. A couple mines being laid down from this guy. These have not been scouted by Mishi. He may have just barely had vision of that first one. That's about it. So the question is, in that initial push, is a chameleon or two going to die to those mines? If so, is this guy going to be around to see it? Ooh, this guy's super low. Your Mishi kind of walks over to the side. He's going to proc 1. He's going to proc 2, and that's a dead cam. And that might be a big deal. Because that's a very dead chameleon. There's still another one. But that's enormous given how much chameleons cost. However, Mishi still has a sizable army and the high ground advantage. It is in fact over Anakin. Or is it though? Ferrets are pretty good at, fighting back against this high ground shenanigan. And have in fact taken out that chameleon as well. So now this guy managing to hold on. Mishi having to fall back. Looking at the graphs, army value is very, very much in favor of this guy who can push. Yeah, Ferret taking out a cam, that does not happen often. And that chameleon is barely living. They're shooting a lot at where the chameleon is, but he's not really getting hit. This army taking a couple of minor ferret hits. The ferrets now need to get back. That's one almost dead, but still live. Okay, he finally dies. I like how the entire bottom, 5/6 of this map does not matter. This ferret's running for his life. He knows those chameleons are hot on his tail. But now it's the whole army coming out. That may have been a poor move from this guy. He's just fed a couple of his extra defenders, and now chameleons are here to whack his base. Got a good firing arc from these squirrels. They're just kind of setting up, and they're tearing down, and that's this guy probably dead. If he survives this push, he's going to be in a terrible space. If he doesn't survive this push, well, he loses the game. So, fingers crossed for him, but he's not in a great spot right now. His commander just trying to pull out some sort of defense. He does manage to hold for now at the cost of 2 farms and tons of units. He's got to be careful because if those toads explode, it's almost game over. And there's a chameleon now, which can just kind of wreck shop. Mishi just very, very good at the contain, even without structures. And part of it is the relative unfortunate base. How is this chameleon still alive? This guy is holding on as hard as he friggin' can, but he is just out of stuff. Granted, Mishi is not doing super hot either as far as farms. But in the end, the aggression pays off. And Mishi, all of a sudden, thanks to the time crunch, is 1 game away from taking this entire tournament. Alright, having a look at this second game. This guy over here on the left, not a expansion in sight. They're very far. This one's pretty defensible, though. As far as Mishi is concerned, there's one a little bit closer, but honestly, these expansions are just all over the place. Rush distance is palatable. Map's pretty fair. Mishi going up to the high ground, scrambling back. Doesn't have any structures or anything to put up there. So now 6 squirrels on their way for either player. This guy has them behind his base, whereas Mishi's Warrens are right out front. And so now they are kind of just hiding behind their own portraits on top of the Warren. I've just realized that those portraits don't say fixed in one space, and it's kind of tripping me out the way they move. But now, 6 squirrels versus 6 squirrels. 8 farms versus 8 farms. Relatively equal all the way around. Skunks now on their way. This is almost the exact same game plan from either player. This guy gonna swing it around. Still scouting. And this guy also with the pigeons first, but again, similar if not exact same game plan coming out from both players. This guy, one set of squirrels behind. He's actually opting for moles. I've just recognized that these two have the same lineup in the same order. Got some pushing, got some scouting. Really, though, not a whole lot of fighting yet. This guy has opted for the Falcons. Mishi going for mass mole, or 6 mole at the very least. And I would not be shocked to see a fight coming up shortly. This guy, though, holding back in the back. Not really willing to push just yet. Getting an army together. Mishi's going to be the one making the aggression. He's got the moles coming from halfway. Pushing up. Got high ground vision. Here comes Skunk Gas. And now it's a game of who can out-heal who. This is never ending. Ah, but the Falcon comes out front and really puts an end to that. Mishi opting for the expand. And this guy, maybe smelling a bit of blood, he's ready. Alright, all kinds of gas coming out. And this fight is really, really going the way of this guy. So signs of life, despite the exhaustion. Definitely appears that this guy is looking to make a good push. So that's a mill going down. That's this guy pushing in. Mishi having to fall back behind the Warrens. And those moles are doing work. Just a slightly better army composition takes this guy to a win. So it's now 2-1. Alright, coming into Game 3, acting as Game 4. Mishi spawning on the left-hand side, rocking a wolf this time, as well as the chameleons. This guy over here on the far right, with a reasonably... their rush distance is still kind of close. So we'll see. This guy's still rocking moles. We'll see if he attempts to pull out any shenanigans or if he's just content to carry on playing. That bush looks upside down. Does it look upside down to you guys? Looks upside down to me. Sup. Alright, Mishi's already got a warrant up, as does this guy. They are both expecting early aggression, anticipating it, preparing for it. And by the time this lizard arrives, there should be a squirrel about halfway out. Not more. Mishi actually sells off the warrant and instead opts for a squirrel. And another squirrel. This guy has got moles up on the high ground, coming from wherever he wants them to come from. My voice is almost gone. My throat hurts. And so Mishi is going to be looking to defend, maybe expand. This guy not really bringing any units with him, just pressing. I'm out of water. I could go get some, but then I would have to stop casting. So lots of defense, not lots of offense. Standard early game. Skunks on the way for this guy. Perhaps going for the standard guy push. Dipping down, seeing what's available. There is a tier 2 warrant on the way. No idea what it is, but it is chameleons. And so now the skunk will be ready. The skunk will be building, and this guy's unsupply blocking himself and making sure he has his army arriving all at the same time, not supply blocked, coming as fast as possible, ready to go. Sees that tier 2 warren, sees that extra expansion. Probably feeling that now is approximately the right time. He's probably going to wait until he has the whole squad ready to go. By that point, there will be 2 chameleons up. However, chameleons cannot live in skunk gas forever. They live longer than most units, but not that long. Scouting, counter-scouting. By this point, if you've seen the T2 warren and you've not seen the T2, it's chameleons. So this guy now should be aware that that's what he's dealing with. He's going to put moles on that little high ground spot just because it's there, safe space. And they're quick reinforcers. We are perhaps looking at a base trade. Or at least a base bash. Like, Mishi needs to be careful here because the entire back line is definitely exposed. That's one skunk almost dead. That's another skunk almost dead. That is 2 dead skunks. And this guy on the retreat with no real tangible gain other than maybe a warren. This guy falling back. Chameleons proving why they are so potent in a fight, especially when they can rock up behind you and start taking out all your valuable stuff. This guy going with the man mode expansion right out in front, daring Mishi to come at it with the chameleons. Poking over there, just seeing what exactly he's dealing with as far as farm count. Let's check the army value. Red is ahead. And so Mishi popping in and out. Having a look down the way. And it's looking like the engagement's going to pop anytime near. The battle lines are very much drawn. Mishi going behind. This guy knows that's what's happening, but it may very well be too late, because now Mishi can pull the whole army and just have an army sandwich. the very least, aggression has been deterred for the moment. This guy having a look. Relatively equal on food right now. And that's a crazy expansion. But the chameleons can't show themselves or they will die. So a large amount of squirrels for this guy, which is a decent answer to chameleons. They can only really whack one person at a time. And so now the territory has been pushed even further back. There are toads. Mishi's got like 9 of them, but they're way back in the back. And it's all going to depend on whether or not they get off successful hits. And the fight has sort of started, and this guy already immediately on the back foot, having to lick the wounds a little bit. 7 squirrels already down. Gotta make sure not to lose that commander as well. This guy's slightly behind on farms. And now the falcons are coming in, dealing a decent bit of damage to him. Mishi just kind of hanging on, holding in there. And here's the fight. Chameleon's out in front doing a lot of damage. Skunk's getting that skunk dash down, but it's primarily hitting flying units, which, you know, don't really care. And now here's the falcons and the cams pushing up. Falling back just a little bit, make sure they can regen. But this guy is unitless largely. He's got squirrels, that's it. And Mishi is not going for the kill. Instead, just making sure he's fully stacked up. A lizard drive-by. Maybe, maybe not. Now it's a whole army. And this gristmill is not long for this world. And I see some potentially good toad hits. There's 1. There's 2. Those are extremely good toad hits. And now if this gristmill goes, I don't see this guy hanging in much longer. And that is going to be game. That is going to be Mishi in charge as your champion. As long as everybody understands that that was the case. Alright, and with that, guys, we are done here. Mishi, having taken the additional point and 2 games, is your Grand Finals Grand Champion. And that is the tournament over. We got off to a rocky start, but we had a good time. We saw some great matches. We saw some great series. And we took up about nearly 6 hours on a Saturday. So, big congratulations to Mishi. Big thanks for you guys for sticking around. And we will see you next time. So, keep your eyes and ears out for upcoming tournaments. There will definitely be more from other people that are not me. There will definitely be more that are from me that will be better than this one. I expect a write-up about this tournament in the near future. But also be expecting a potentially large tournament that is going to potentially have some money. A potentially large amount. So be practicing, stay sharp, and be ready. Thank you guys so much for watching. We will catch you next time. Have a great afternoon. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And goodbye.